Cultivation Online Audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 1401, Training with Leah 2, Bender U, What Did You Do to Your Body? Leah asked Yuan with a frown after their exchange. Yuan smiled and said, "You make it sound like I'd done something bad to my body? I just achieved a new physique, that's all. A new physique?" Leah frowned at his words, which made it sound like it was an easy thing to do. Now, knowing that Yuan could catch her fists, Leah no longer held back and charged at him again, this time using all of her strength. Moreover, red scales started forming on her arms and neck, indicating that she had transformed Yuan. Not daring to underestimate her partial transformation, also used his full strength. Their aura collided, causing a gust of wind to stir within the usually calm mountain peak. When they started throwing punches and kicks around, the families living within the upper areas of the mountain felt the ground shaking, as if they were experiencing a minor earthquake. Every strike Leah tossed at Yuan would eradicate any of the demon-sealing faction members with ease, yet Yuan blocked them with confidence. Suddenly, in the midst of their battle, Leah's eyes glowed gold, emitting a formidable pressure directed at Yuan. Dragon's gaze? Yuan did not expect Leah to be able to use such a technique and was taken by surprise. However, after being struck by her dragon's gaze, Yuan felt something was off about it. The power and pressure were lacking, almost as though it was incomplete. After using her trump card, Leah drove her palm at Yuan's stomach. Seeing this, Yuan smiled and said, "This is how you use dragon's gaze." Wah! Before Leah could even react, Yuan's eyes glowed gold, sending Leah's consciousness straight into the abyss, while Leah's body remained frozen in place. Within her mind, she felt the intense gaze of a colossal eye, emanating an unimaginable amount of pressure. Leah, despite her pride, felt as insignificant as an ant under the gaze of that eye. What is this? Leah's entire being trembled in fear as she couldn't take her gaze away from the eye, almost as though she was forced to face it. Yuan deactivated Dragon's gaze after 3 short seconds, but it felt like she was in the void for minutes for Leah. When she returned to reality, Leah found herself sitting on the floor, her body soaked in sweat. You? What the hell was that just now?" she shouted at him. "I was going to ask you the same. What technique was that just now?" "It felt like Dragon's gaze, but it's too weak." Dragon's gaze? As if such a technique exists in this world? "The one I used was created based on the foundation of Dragon's gaze. I don't have a name for it," Leah revealed. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise after learning that she had managed to create a technique similar to Dragon's gaze without knowing the original. "How is that possible?" "If you don't know Dragon's gaze, how do you know its foundation?" he asked. Why should I tell you?" Leah sneered. Suddenly the Lord's voice resounded. "Dragons with a royal bloodline are born with an innate understanding of Dragon's gaze. The purer the blood, the better." "Oh, so you belong to a royal bloodline?" Yuan looked at Leah. Seeing her unresponsiveness, Yuan smiled and said, "Would you like me to teach you Dragon's gaze, the authentic one?" Leah's eyes widened at his words. She opened her mouth but quickly closed it again. It was clear that her pride was holding her back. "Take some time to think about it. My offer will always be open, probably," Yuan said. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Now that I think about it, why don't you play Cultivation Online where Dragon's gaze exists?" The Lord responded in her place. "The soul transference array has its restrictions. For example, if humans have a circle-shaped soul, beasts would have a square-shaped soul, and our square-shaped soul aren't affected by the soul transference array, hence why we are unable to visit the divine heavens through Cultivation Online." "I see. Anyways, want to continue our training. I won't use Dragon's gaze again," Yuan asked Leah. You obviously don't need any training, so I will stop wasting my time with you, Wang Ming. You should have recovered enough by now. Come." Leah turned her gaze to Wang Ming, who trembled from fear. "Ah, shit. She'll probably use me as a punching bag because she cannot defeat Yuan." He sighed inwardly, accepting his fate. He approached Leah for another round of training. Each member of the demon-sealing faction typically spars 6 to 7 times a day with Leah, so it wasn't anything new. At the end of the day, the demon-sealing faction made their way down the mountain with their bodies aching in pain. However, Yuan decided to stay with Leah upon the Lord's request. "Leah, now that you've found someone who can match you, it's a good chance for you to get some proper training for once," the Lord said. "Huh? I don't need any training, especially not from him," Leah exclaimed. "You can say that once you defeat him," the Lord continued to speak. "Yuan, do you mind training with her a little longer?" "I don't mind. It will also benefit me since the others aren't enough to make me sweat anymore." Yuan nodded. He looked at Leah and continued, "If you can defeat me even once, I will give you the dragon's gaze technique as a reward." Leah's eyebrows twitched at his alluring words. "You better not go back on your words," she said a moment later. Lightsfell Yuan smiled. "I promise." They continued sparring with each other for the rest of the day. By the time Yuan returned home, it was already well past midnight. "Damn it! How is he so strong? It doesn't make any sense." Leah cursed out loud after Yuan had left. "He's the immortal monarch's descendant. It's only natural." The Lord smiled. The immortal monarch's descendant, Leah, mumbled. She remembered Yuan claiming to be the reincarnation of the immortal monarch himself, but she was still having trouble believing it. "But to think he learned dragon's gaze, even I did not expect that," the Lord said before mumbling to himself. "If he can solve our current predicament, perhaps I should reward him with my blood essence, which would greatly assist his cultivation path." The most up-to-date novels are published on Chapter 1402, System Update. Chapter 1402, System Update. 3 days have passed since Cultivation Online closed its servers for a system update. Although 3 days may seem short at a glance, one should consider how many people are addicted to the game. If an alcoholic drinks every day for the past year, it would be an incredible ordeal if they were suddenly forced to stop for 3 whole days. Moreover, Cultivation Online wasn't just a mere game for many players. It was their job, their livelihood. By selling the money or treasures they had acquired to paying players, many players are able to live a comfortable life. Of course, this would only be possible in a game as popular as Cultivation Online, where countless passionate and wealthy players exist. In fact, most, if not all, legacy families have their own gold farming operations, where hundreds or thousands of players solely focus on earning money, whether it be through hunting magical beasts or seeking treasures. The financial influence wielded by Cultivation Online has outstripped numerous leading global enterprises, firmly embedding it in the world's economic fabric. It's no overstatement to claim that the global economy would teeter on the brink of collapse if Cultivation Online were to suddenly disappear out of thin air. Many entities, including governmental bodies, closely monitor Cultivation Online due to its profound global impact. Yet, given its elusive nature and mysterious operations, nobody knows where to begin, much less control them. Cultivation Online was owned and operated by a shell company operated by a fake identity. When people investigated this shell company, they couldn't find any information on it. No digital footprint, nothing. It was almost as if they were created and operated by a ghost. During these 3 days, Yuan spent most of his time training with Leah from morning to night. Because Leah wanted to preserve as much strength as possible for her training with Yuan, she halted training with the others and made them self-train at home instead. Of course, none of them had any complaints about their break. Cultivation Online should be returning sometime today, so I will end our training here, Yuan said to Leah sometime past noon. "Oh, okay." Leah nonchalantly nodded. Leah could tell that she'd improved drastically from their training. Now that she had someone who could face her at her strongest, she no longer needed to worry about holding back, allowing her talents to shine. "Unfortunately, you couldn't defeat me even once. Next time, perhaps." Yuan smiled at her. Leah clenched her fists at his words, but she had no comeback. Once Yuan left and returned home, Leah approached the Lord and said, "I do not want to lose to him again. Can you train me?" "Oh, you're asking for my help?" The Lord was surprised, as he'd offered to train her before, but was rejected for some reason. "Yes, but not now. We can do it after he deals with our current situation." Leah nodded. The Lord smiled and agreed to her request. "Very well. Upon returning home, Yuan immediately tried to enter Cultivation Online. His consciousness drifted shortly after wearing the helmet, appearing in a pitch-black room with a countdown in the sky. 009, 12, 09, 11, 09, 10. They were less than 10 minutes before Cultivation Online opened its servers. Yuan lounged on the invisible surface, eyeing the countdown and silently pondering about the upcoming system update. A while later, Yuan felt the sudden emergence of another presence nearby, which shouldn't have been possible. He promptly rose to his feet, fixing his gaze on the direction of the newfound presence. What he initially thought to be a figment of his imagination proved to be true as he discerned the faint outline of a person in the distant horizon. "Who are you?" he shouted towards the enigmatic figure, who seemed to possess more than the usual 2 arms with additional appendages extending from their back like wings. "I don't know how much you remember, but I am here to warn you that the others will soon emerge from their slumber. Once that happens, they will realize that I am the traitor and seal me away." "Huh? What are you talking about?" Yuan asked. "I don't have much time left here, since the system will activate again soon. Hurry up and recover your memories and kill them before your world is consumed. Don't disappoint me now." The figure disappeared the next moment before Yuan could utter another word. At the same time, the countdown reached its last 10 seconds. What the hell was that about? Who is the others, and why would the world be consumed if I don't kill them? Yuan pondered with a deep frown on his face as he tried to make sense of what just happened. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Cultivation Online's notification. System update has concluded. All players may enter Cultivation Online again. Yuan's figure vanished from the void and appeared where he last logged off from. Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying's voice greeted him shortly after his return. "I'm back. Are you okay, Brother Yuan? You seem a little pale." Xiao Hua noticed his expression and asked, "Yeah, I'm fine." He nodded. Meixiu and the others logged in shortly after, appearing beside Yuan. "So what's changed?" Chu Liuxiang asked out loud as she opened her character status. "I don't see anything different," she muttered afterward. "Are they waiting for more people to get online before they make an announcement?" Meixiu wondered out loud. Yuan also checked his character status. Name: Yuan. Cultivation: 9th level, Spirit King. Legacy: Great One's Legacy. Bloodline: Immortal Monarch's Bloodline. Physique: Heaven Refining Physique. Golden Immortal Physique. Physical Strength. Mental Strength. Soul Strength. Physical Defense. Mental Defense. There were no apparent changes at first glance, and his stats remained unreadable. However, when he looked a little closer, he noticed a new passive skill that wasn't there before the update, and it even had an obnoxious name to it. Celestial Emperor's Curse. Grade: Celestial Description. The effectiveness of all cultivation resources will be reduced by 99%. This content is taken from Chapter 1403, Celestial Emperor's Curse. 1403 Celestial Emperor's Curse. 1403 Celestial Emperor's Curse. F1403 Celestial Emperor's Curse. 1403 Celestial Emperor's Curse. However, before he could even comprehend the situation, he received a notification. "As you have been marked by the Celestial Emperor, you have been cursed with great misfortune." Great misfortune, curse grade, divine description, a curse that lowers your luck by 5,000? Huh? Yuan could no longer contain his surprise and cried out loud. What happened?" Everyone in the room looked at him with wide eyes. "I don't know, but I've been cursed by the Celestial Emperor himself," he said in a dazed voice. "What?" Xiao Hua's shocked voice resounded, and she appeared before him the very next moment. "Why would the Celestial Emperor curse you, Brother Yuan, when you've never met him before?" she asked in a panicked voice. "I don't know, but it happened because of this curse. All cultivation resources will be 99% less effective for me. I'm not exactly sure how it works, but it definitely doesn't sound good," he sighed. However, Xiao Hua's body trembled after hearing the effects of the curse, almost as if she recognized it. "Brother Yuan, that curse is meant for exiles," she said a moment later. "Huh? Exiles? Does that mean I've become an exile?" he asked with wide eyes. She shook her head. No, I don't sense the aura of an exile from Brother Yuan. However, that curse is undoubtedly meant for exiles, which restricts their ability to grow any stronger for obvious reasons. Mixu suddenly said, Do you think it's because you're progressing too fast, and the Celestial Emperor is trying to slow you down? Zhu Liushang nodded in agreement. That's plausible. No, that's definitely the case. But why would the Celestial Emperor be worried about Yuan progressing too fast? Li Jinshi wondered out loud. Yuan sighed. While it's quite inconvenient to have such a significant reduction in my cultivation speed, it doesn't have any effect on me right now, since I am already at a bottleneck, but it will definitely slow me down in the future if I don't get rid of it by then. On the brighter side, there are plenty of ways to strengthen myself without increasing my cultivation. Knock. Knock. Hey, are you guys back? Jimeli knocked on their room after sensing their presence had returned. Yuan opened the door for her. Yes, we just got back. Jimeli entered the room and sensed the weird atmosphere. Did something happen? She asked. Yuan explained the situation to her. Wow, to be marked by the Celestial Emperor without meeting him. This is quite an impossible feat, but as expected of you, Yuan, nothing is impossible for you. She merely expressed her awe at his ability to achieve the impossible. So what are you going to do now? She then asked. There's nothing we can do about the curse right now, so we'll just move forward as planned. I'm going to visit the myriad of techniques now. Since we've entered the fourth heaven, there should be more techniques available to us. Want to come along? Yuan asked them. Why not? Zhu Liushang said. I'll also tag along. Meixu nodded, followed by Li Jinshi. I will also come with you. Shi Meli said. They made their way to the myriad of techniques after checking out of the hotel. Surprisingly, Shi Meli did not need to have her fate examined, even though it was her first visit. Apparently, such evaluation was only needed before the fourth heaven. You guys can take your time, since I don't know how long I'll take, Yuan said to them before contacting Senior Bai and entering his world. Senior Bai's eyes widened with shock the moment he laid eyes on Yuan. He could discern that Yuan's body had undergone a profound transformation since their last encounter, but he remained ignorant of the precise cause of this change. What did you do to your body? How can such drastic change occur in such a short amount of time? Senior Bai had to ask. Yuan smiled and said, It's nothing serious. I just acquired a new physique, that's all. Senior Bai's eyes widened a little more after hearing his words. So you have two different physiques at this moment? Yuan nodded, confirming his doubts. Just as some individuals can only wield a single soul weapon, most people possess only one physique. In fact, due to compatibility issues, having two physiques within one body is considerably more extraordinary than wielding two soul weapons simultaneously. Senior Bai had the urge to inquire about Yuan's new physique, but a sense of foreboding made him reconsider, opting to remain silent. After congratulating Yuan on his new achievement, Senior Bai said, Anyways, you're here for Lady Su, correct? Give me a moment to contact her, thank you. Yuan nodded. Senior Bai left to contact Shu Jiaqi, returning alone about half an hour later. Is she busy? Yuan asked. A little, but she will be here within a few hours. In the meantime, why don't we entertain ourselves? Senior Bai suddenly suggested. What kind of entertainment? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Senior Bai smiled and said, Do you recall that small exchange we had some time ago, when you revealed the God of War's astral arts to me? I want to personally experience your growth since then, so I want you to attack me with everything you've got again. Yuan's eyes widened at his suggestion and responded in a reserved manner. Are you sure? A confident grin appeared on Senior Bai's face as he spoke. If you think you can hurt me after growing a little, you are underestimating the power of an immortal cultivator, he continued. Or are you waiting for me to reward you if you can hurt me? Very well. I'll give you a treasure if you can so much as graze my skin, since you insist. I won't be humble. Yuan nodded. They flew into the air a moment later, but they didn't immediately start. Senior Bai took a moment to remove all of the nearby floating islands so that they wouldn't get destroyed. Once prepared, they both faced each other with some distance between them. Good luck. Senior Bai smiled. You too, Yuan smiled back. This chapter is updated by https://lirbed. Chapter 1404, Yuan's Most Powerful Attack. 1404, Yuan's Most Powerful Attack. With a deep breath, Yuan gathered his spiritual energy, causing his aura to surge, reaching heights that seemed to touch the heavens. Since I don't have to worry about killing him, I guess I should throw everything I have at him. Yuan thought to himself as he activated God of War's astral arts, materializing a colossal avatar behind him. This avatar had grown at least 100 times larger than before, and its colossal weapon alone dominated the entire sky above Senior Bai. Overwhelmed by the formidable sight, Senior Bai could only swallow nervously in the face of such immense power. The God of War's astral arts utilizes one's soul strength more than spiritual energy. Just how strong is his soul strength? Even a divine lord wouldn't compare to him, who is only a mere spirit king? Senior Bai clenched his fists and immediately started fortifying his defenses. After their previous exchange, Senior Bai did not dare to underestimate Yuan, who was countless times stronger now. He created a powerful defensive formation around himself that could easily block even a divine lord's attack. This much should be enough. No, I should prepare some insurance just in case. Thus, he created not one but two more defensive formations around him, enough to defend against a divine king's attack. Once he was finished, Senior Bai awaited Yuan's attack with a confident smile on his face. However, Yuan showed no signs of launching his attack anytime soon, and his aura continued to surge, growing in intensity. Senior Bai swallowed nervously at Yuan's seemingly endless strength, and wondered, does he not have a limit? Is he truly a mere spirit king? There's simply no way. Are you prepared to receive my attack, Senior Bai? Yuan suddenly asked him. Senior Bai narrowed his eyes and asked, I thought I told you to use your full strength? Why are you holding back? What do you mean? Yuan tilted his head in a puzzled manner. During our last exchange, you had this golden aura around you, that terrifying and mysterious power. Yet I don't sense it from you right now, Senior Bai explained. He must be talking about heaven's supremacy. Yuan immediately realized why Senior Bai thought he was holding back. Yuan sighed. I told you back then that I have no control over that power, Senior Bai. Unfortunately, I am still unable to summon that power as I wish. Despite saying that, Yuan still had one use of heaven's supremacy left, but he intended on saving it in case of an emergency. As much as he wanted to win against Senior Bai, he couldn't justify using his trump card in such a wasteful manner. After a moment of silence, Senior Bai spoke. Very well. But you better not hold back any more than that. Yuan nodded. I wouldn't dare look down on you, Senior Bai. Then I will begin my attack now, Yuan warned again before he started moving. He raised his arm, pointing it toward the sky, muttering in a low voice, Limitless sword. First domain, endless sword stream, over 20,000 swords materialized above them, each imbued with enhanced sword aura. Since he didn't have to worry about prolonging the fight, he used his spiritual energy without reserve. Senior Bai's eyes widened with shock upon witnessing such a frightening sight. Even with his vast experience, he has never experienced anything close to this before. Not just sword aura, but enhanced sword aura. Senior Bai began losing confidence in his own defense, but he couldn't add more right after Yuan began his attack, as that was no different than admitting defeat in his eyes. However, Yuan did not release the attack just yet. Limitless sword, second domain, descending sword god. Merging all 20,000 swords into one colossal blade, Yuan, controlling the massive avatar, firmly grasped the unified weapon with both hands. Oh, fuck! Senior Bai held a dazed look on his face as Yuan prepared to swing the massive blade with the God of War's avatar. Yuan swung the colossal sword, and in an instant the massive blade descended upon Senior Bai, cleaving through the fabric of space as it moved. Seeing this, Senior Bai's instincts started screaming at him. He quickly tossed away his pride and started preparing more defensive formations. Hirakuro, however, right as he was about to complete the formation, he sensed an ominous glare and was immediately struck by an invisible attack that tore his already weakened mental defenses to shreds. In the fleeting moments before the abyss of darkness enveloped his consciousness, Senior Bai managed to cast a final profound gaze upon Yuan, whose golden eyes radiated an unfathomable brilliance resembling that of a dragon's gaze. Ah, to think I still underestimated him. This is my defeat. The massive sword tore apart Senior Bai's formation like thin sheets of paper and continued straight for his body. Right as the sword closed in on Senior Bai's body, his entire being suddenly surged with an unfathomable aura foreign to Yuan, followed by a powerful shockwave that not only shattered the massive sword into countless fragments, but also sent Yuan flying far away. Their world shook violently, as if it might crumble at any moment. The immense power even leaked to the outside world, messing with the myriad of techniques and making everything tremble. Even with the Golden Immortal's physique, Yuan felt a crushing pressure envelope his body, threatening to destroy it. By the time Senior Bai snapped out of his daze and retrieved his aura, the damage had already been done. His world had cracks all over, and Yuan was miles away with a bloody nose, staring at him with a look of disbelief. Senior Bai immediately approached Yuan to check his condition. "Are you okay?" "Yes, I'm just a little shaken by your prowess, Senior Bai." Yuan smiled. "My instincts took over my body when I was trapped in your mental attack. I am deeply ashamed of myself." Senior Bai clasped his hands and lowered his head as he apologized in a sincere voice. This chapter is updated by Chapter 1405, Immortal Chi. Mixed
4T05, Immortal Chi. Let me inspect your body for a moment. I need to make sure you're actually fine,
Senior Bai said as he placed his palm on Yuan's chest. Despite Yuan's assertion of well-being, Senior Bai found it hard to accept that a mere Spirit King could withstand his immortal Chi without incurring significant harm. However, Senior Bai wasn't looking down on Yuan because of his low cultivation. What he had inadvertently unleashed moments ago was immortal Chi, a power reserved for those who had transcended the realm of mortals by becoming a bronze immortal. It was a power beyond mortal endurance, not meant to be withstood by ordinary beings, regardless of their talents. The immortal Chi Senior Bai had unleashed carried enough potency to inflict serious injuries or even death upon a spirit sovereign. However, Yuan, a mere peak Spirit King, emerged with nothing more than a bloody nose after facing the brunt of Senior Bai's immortal Chi. This outcome left Senior Bai utterly confounded, as it defied comprehension. Not daring to believe what was before his very eyes, Senior Bai inspected Yuan's body again. Sure enough, his internal organs remained unharmed, only slightly stressed because of the immense pressure. Unbelievable, even though it was only for a brief moment, he endured my immortal Chi and came out nearly unscathed. What kind of divine body does he possess? Senior Bai swallowed nervously as he lowered his hand. "I am glad that you are unharmed. Once again, I extend my deepest apology for my lack of control just now." Senior Bai said a moment later. Yuan shook his head and said, "Forget about that, Senior Bai. Can you tell me more about that aura you released instead? I have never experienced anything like that before." Senior Bai nodded and explained, "What you experienced just now is called immortal Chi. It's spiritual energy that is also similar to your sword aura, something that can only be comprehended and absorbed by cultivators after they achieve bronze immortal. Immortal Chi is what differentiates cultivators and immortal cultivators, as it's impossible for a mortal cultivator to defeat someone with immortal Chi, no matter how talented they are. Sort of like enhanced sword aura and sword aura." Yuan pondered Senior Bai's words. During Tian Yang's time, the concept of immortal Chi did not exist, even though there were several immortal cultivators. "By the way, I also sensed something ominous inside your body, a powerful curse." "Did something happen to you recently?" Senior Bai suddenly asked. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile and said, "Sort of. I've been cursed by the Celestial Emperor. You what? Senior Bai exclaimed in a shocked voice. You met with the Celestial Emperor? He quickly shook his head. No, I haven't. I don't know why, but he decided to curse me. Perhaps I've been climbing the 9 divine heavens too quickly, and he wants to slow me down. What sort of curse? Senior Bai inquired for more information. According to Xiaohua, it's a curse meant for exiles, and it reduces the effectiveness of all cultivation resources for me by a significant amount. Senior Bai frowned upon learning of this information and said in a cold voice, I will let Lady Shu know of this later. She can speak with the Celestial Emperor and get it removed. Yuan's eyes widened at his words. Did Shu Jiaqi have such influence that she could change the Celestial Emperor's mind after pondering for a moment? Yuan said. Please wait, Senior Bai. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I do not wish for you or Miss Shu to upset the Celestial Emperor over such a minor issue. Mirror? Leet?
Mirror? 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 Like was Blick. Mirror. Mirror.
course not. If I cannot find a solution by then, I'll request for Miss Shu's help. All right. We won't do anything for the time being, but Lady Shu has a right to know that the Celestial Emperor had laid his hands on a member of the Celestial Overlord. To harm a member of our faction is akin to harming the entire faction and challenging Lady Shu herself. Even the Celestial Emperor has no right to do such a thing without any reason. Senior Bai said, "Is that so? I didn't know that." By the way, I recently received a promotion to the rank of General. Yuan casually brought up his promotion. Mint. Mint.
Lack. Free. Re.
amount of karma you would need to reach general isn't such an insignificant amount that it could be achieved in so little time. Senior Bai couldn't believe it. He refused to believe it. Even Shujiaki, who had the fastest promotions in their history, invested well over a century in accumulating sufficient karma to attain the esteemed rank of general. The fact that Yuan, who hadn't been a member of the faction for long, had already amassed enough karma to attain the rank of general was simply incredulous. Seeing Senior Bai's doubtful expression, Yuan revealed his faction rank. No way. Senior Bai had no choice but to believe Yuan after seeing the symbol general on his palm. What did you do to acquire so much karma in such a short time? Even wiping out an evil sect would not help you reach the rank of general this quickly. Senior Bai had to ask. Yuan smiled and said, "It wasn't much. I happened to come across 100 exiles and slew them all. 100 exiles? Did you sneak into the primordial realm or something?" Senior Bai regretted asking, as the chances of encountering so many exiles were even more ridiculous than his speed run to the rank of general. Yuan chuckled. "It was just a coincidence, really." Senior Bai closed his mouth as soon as he opened it and said a moment later, "Lady Shu has arrived." He opened the entrance to his realm, and in the next instant, Shu Jiaki's exquisite face emerged from the portal, her divine aura instantly permeating and enveloping the entire world. Visit World, Verder Nofk for the best novel reading experience, Chapter 1406, Purple Jade Slip. Chapter 1406, Purple Jade Slip. 1406, Purple Jade Slip. What happened here? The first thing Shujiaki noticed when she walked through the portal was the condition of Senior Bai's world. There were still cracks all over the place, looking like it was on the verge of collapse. Senior Bai rubbed his nose in a somewhat embarrassed manner and said, "I wanted to test our young friend here and got a little carried away." He purposefully avoided giving her the details, as he didn't want to admit losing to Yuan, even using immortal qi by accident. Fortunately for him, Shujiaki was not interested in their business and did not question further. She looked at Yuan with a narrowed gaze, as if she was examining him. A subtle smile appeared on her face a moment later, and she spoke in a calm voice. "You've grown strong." "Yuan, thank you, Miss Shu." She descended on the platform and retrieved a purple jade slip from her spatial ring, offering it to Yuan. "What is this?" he asked. "This was left behind by the founder of the Celestial Overlords," she said. "He gave it to me before he disappeared, but I do not know how to use it." "Why don't you try it? Perhaps it can only be activated by those with the heaven-refining physique." "If it's how to use it, why don't you try it?" "Perhaps it can only be activated by those with the heaven-refining physique. If it doesn't work, I want it back. You hear me?" Yuan nodded and accepted the purple jade slip from her. The moment his fingers made contact with it, the purple jade slip emitted a radiant glow, casting a luminous sheen of purple light that enveloped the surroundings. Yuan became dazed as memories started flowing inside his head. Inside the memories, he saw himself traveling the world with a cute little girl by his side. This little girl was a troublemaker and always picked fights with people. Most importantly, he also recalled the process of evolving his heaven-refining physique. Yuan snapped out of his daze a few moments later. "Yuan? What just happened?" Seeing that he'd returned to reality, Shujiaki asked him. Hearing her voice, Yuan turned to look at Shujiaki, who greatly resembled the little girl in his memories, and he subconsciously muttered, "You mischievous little brat."
What?
Shujiaki's expression froze with a clear look of shock on her face. 12:05. Yuan Senior Bai looked at Yuan with a terrified look on his face. Yuan just realized what he'd uttered and quickly covered his mouth. "What did you just call me?" Shujiaki asked after a moment of silence, her body trembling. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you that. I was still influenced by the memories inside the jade slip when I said that you look like someone from the memories." Yuan swallowed nervously, mentally preparing himself for her wrath. "By memories, you mean the jade slip contained the founder's memories?" Shujiaki inquired with a serious expression on her face. He nodded. "I believe so. Tell me everything you saw, and I will forgive you for the rude remarks." She then said, "Of course." Shujiaki suddenly turned to look at Senior Bai and said, "Leave us alone. I understand." Senior Bai didn't even question it and immediately left them alone. Yuan spent the next several minutes recalling the memories. As she listened with her eyes closed, Shu Jiaki's mind drifted back into the past and recalled her own memories with the founder. "You mischievous little brat! What have you done this time?" A handsome man sighed as he glanced at the beautiful young girl before him. Shu Jiaki, who was only around 16 years old, spoke in a nonchalant voice. "Some loser confessed his love for me, so I beat him up." The handsome man rubbed his eyes and said, "How many times do I have to tell you to not beat your fellow disciples over the smallest things? And what's wrong with one expressing their feelings to you?" "It's annoying," she calmly said. "Don't you used to utter the words, 'I love you' a dozen times a day?" The handsome man glared at her. Shujaki's face flushed red as she hastily responded, That was years ago when I was still an innocent baby." "Ouch!" Shujaki suddenly cried out in pain when the handsome man flickered her forehead. "You're still a baby, though." Shujaki held her forehead while trying to appear angry, but the handsome man only found her even more adorable. "Go apologize to that disciple," he then said. "But no buts, or would you rather spend a month in seclusion?" "I hate you, father," Shujaki shouted as she stormed outside the room. Sometime later, Yuan said, "That's all." Yuxiaki opened her eyes and realized they were unnaturally moist and foggy. She quickly wiped her eyes and said, "There's no mistaking it. The memories within the jade slip belong to the founder of the Celestial Overlords, my adoptive father. I thought it would help you with your physique, but it turned out to be completely irrelevant. Sorry." Yuan shook his head and said, "Actually, I did learn something about my physique from these memories, so it was definitely very useful." "Thank you, Miss Shu. Is that so? That's good to hear." Shujaki then narrowed her eyes at him and continued in a cold voice, "By the way, you are forbidden from sharing those memories with anyone. Do you hear me?" Yuan smiled. "Please don't worry, Miss Shu. I will bring these memories with me to my grave, and who would I even share them with? I will trust you. Do you have any questions for me before I take my leave?" she then asked. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, "What sort of privileges do I get as a general in the faction?" "You've already reached the rank of general?" Sujaki's eyes widened at his words. "Yes." He showed the general symbol to her as proof. Sujaki was left speechless. "Well, as a general you are entitled to one treasure from our treasury. Would you like to receive your reward now?" she asked. Yuan immediately nodded and said, "I would." The most up-to-date novels are published on Vesprit, Orme, Chapter 1407, Celestial Overlord's Headquarters. I am bringing him to the Celestial Overlord's headquarters so that he can receive his reward for reaching the rank of general. Shujiaki said to Senior Bai after calling him back. Senior Bai nodded and remarked, "Perfect. In fact, I intended to seek your permission to bestow upon him a treasure from the treasury. If you approve, he'll get to acquire 2 treasures instead of 1. "I don't mind since it's coming from you, but I'm interested in your reason," she said. "I lost a bet with him," Senior Bai said with a defeated smile on his face. "Oh? I'd like to hear more details on this later. Anyways, if you want to give him an extra treasure, I'll allow it, not that you need my permission." Senior Bai was already at the rank where he had the authority to give treasures to others without needing permission. But he still asked Shujaki out of his respect for her. "Now then, let's move to the headquarters." Senior Bai nodded and created a portal before them, its aura distinct from the usual ones. Shujaki stepped into the portal first, with Yuan following suit, and Senior Bai entering last. Upon arriving on the other side, Yuan was greeted with the sight of a massive city before him. "This is the headquarters? I was expecting a building, not an entire city," Yuan muttered in a dazed voice. Senior Bai smiled at his reaction and said, "Actually, this place is more like a sect than a city." Sujiaki then said, "It's not just like a sect, it was a sect." The founder of the Celestial Overlords used to be the sect leader of a small sect, which he transformed into the Celestial Overlords. Is this place like Senior Bai's world? Yuan asked. Yes, it exists outside out of the 9 heavens, if that's what you're asking. Follow me. I'll show you to the treasury. Shu Jiaqi said as they walked. Yuan inquired more information about the place. How many people live here? About 20,000 people. Is that a lot for a faction? No, it's actually on the smaller scale. The average faction has around 100,000 members, while the larger ones have millions. We're a lot smaller than I thought, Yuan said. Our numbers may seem tiny in comparison to others, but we've risen to become one of the most powerful factions in the 9 heavens with our modest population, all thanks to having only exceptionally talented members. Shu Jiaqi said, her voice resonating with pride. Just one of our top members can stand toe-to-toe with an entire faction, Shu Jiaqi added, emphasizing the extraordinary prowess of their elite members. Is there a ranking for factions? Of course, and there are 2 separate rankings. The first is the karma ranking, where factions are ranked based on their accumulated karma. We're ranked 7th there. The other ranking would be the power ranking, based on our overall prowess. In this particular ranking, we are ranked 2nd. Wow, 2nd? That's amazing, Yuan said. We used to be 1st, but that was when the founder was still around. Shu Jiaqi sighed. As they traversed deeper into the Celestial Overlord's headquarters, Yuan noticed the atmosphere intensifying with an increasing presence of experts boasting unfathomable cultivation bases. At his current level, he could only clearly sense up to Divine Grandmaster without much effort. Anything above that would require more time and effort. Most of our members are immortal cultivators, Senior Bai suddenly said. You have the record when it comes to having the lowest cultivation in our faction, he continued. While that's an amazing feat, it's also quite dangerous. After all, most people would not believe you are a member if they saw your cultivation base. Even if you showed them your symbol, it might not be good enough, especially now that you have reached the rank of general. He's right. You should avoid revealing the fact that you're a member until you have a higher cultivation base, Shu Jiaqi added. They arrived at the treasury an hour later. The treasury took the form of a pagoda with 4 floors. Standing at the sealed entrance were 2 guards, both with a cultivation that Yuan could not identify. We greet Celestial Overlord Shu and Overlord Bai. The guards greeted them with bowed heads and arched bodies. Shu Jiaqi acknowledged them with a slight nod and said, We'll be opening the treasury for a moment. She turned to look at Yuan and handed him 2 talismans and said, The treasures inside are protected with a powerful formation that can only be deactivated with these talismans. Use these talismans on the treasures you want. Each talisman will deactivate 1 formation. Also, you are only permitted to look around the 1st floor. Even if you go to a higher floor, these talismans won't do anything there. The guards' eyes widened with shock when they saw the scene of Shu Jiaqi handing 2 talismans to Yuan. Who the hell is that mortal kid? Why does he get to take 2 treasures from the vault? They stared at Yuan with bewildered looks on their faces. However, they didn't dare to question Shu Jiaqi on her business. I understand. Yuan accepted the talismans. There are plenty of treasures on the 1st floor, but you don't need to rush picking a treasure. Take your time, she added. Okay, he nodded. Okay. A moment later, Shu Jiaqi opened the treasury, and she silently watched Yuan's figure vanish into the pagoda. After Yuan entered the treasury, Senior Bai communicated with Shu Jiaqi through divine sense, saying, There's something I need to make you aware of. It's related to Yuan and the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor? What's Yuan got to do with him? Shu Jiaqi turned to look at him with a deep frown on her face. Senior Bai went on to reveal Yuan's predicament, disclosing the Celestial Emperor's actions of cursing Yuan to her. Upon learning this information, an overwhelming pressure radiated from Shu Jiaqi's entire being, causing their surroundings to tremble and her face to contort with anger. This chapter is updated by Chapter 1408, Abyss Piercer, Lightsfell, 1408, Abyss Piercer, Celestial Overlord. What's the matter? Please calm down, Celestial Overlord. The guards were startled and frightened by Shujiaki's abrupt and overwhelming pressure, which sent shockwaves through the entire headquarters, causing it to tremble. Moreover, several individuals in the vicinity showed up within seconds to see what the commotion was about. Lady Shu Senior Bai cleared his throat and called out to her. Shujiaki withdrew her aura, yet her face retained a manifestation of anger. What happened, Lady Shu? Who dares to anger our goddess? Fairy Shu, that anger doesn't suit your beautiful face. The newcomers immediately started inquiring about the situation and tried to ease Shujiaki's anger at the same time. However, Shujiaki was in no mood to deal with them and shouted, "Leave!" Her cold voice sent chills down their spine, and not wanting to anger her even further with their presence, these experts immediately disappeared into thin air like ghosts. Once they were alone again, ignoring the guards, Shujiaki muttered, "Even if he's the Celestial Emperor, I will not let him do as he pleases with my people. How dare he target a member of our faction? I will go speak with him after this. The Celestial Emperor!" The guards were bewildered after learning of the cause of Shujiaki's anger. Although this wasn't the first time the Celestial Emperor had upset Shujiaki, it was never to such a degree. "Please wait a minute, Lady Sue. There's more to this," Senior Bai quickly said. He continued, "I already told Yuan that you would do something about his curse, but he refused our help, saying that the curse doesn't affect him at this moment and that he would try to deal with it himself. If he cannot deal with it by the time it really affects him, he will seek our help." Uxijiaki frowned and asked, "Is he worried about getting us involved with the Celestial Emperor? What needless worry! The Celestial Emperor may be powerful, but he's not omniscient and untouchable." "That's just the kind of person he is," Senior Bai smiled. Shujiaki suddenly fell silent with a pondering look on her face. After a long moment of silence, she spoke. "Very well, I won't interfere for now. However, we're going to pull the forces we sent to assist the Celestial Emperor back." "Do you mean those who went to hunt down the escaped prisoners from the Nine Heavens Eternal Grotto? If we do that, not just the Celestial Emperor, but the others will also question us. Let them question us. If the Celestial Emperor wants an answer, he can come find me," Shujiaki said. It was evident to Senior Bai that Shujiaki harbored no genuine intention of letting the Celestial Emperor off the hook for meddling with Yuan. Even if she didn't directly confront the Celestial Emperor for answers, she would undoubtedly create complications for him. Perhaps because Yuan was the target, it elicited such a profound reaction from Shujiaki. Senior Bai was certain that she wouldn't have responded with such intensity if it had involved anyone else in the faction. Meanwhile, inside the treasury, Yuan inspected all of the treasures one by one. There were all sorts of treasures available, from spiritual treasures to spiritual medicines. Most of the treasures were between divine grade and ancient grade. If he had to be honest, the treasures appeared somewhat underwhelming in his eyes, and the majority of the items there either didn't suit him or wouldn't provide enough assistance. "While I can make do without any of the treasures in here, the others could use better equipment, even if they cannot wield them now." After spending almost 3 hours inside the treasury, Yuan used the talismans to retrieve the treasures he'd picked. The talisman emitted a faint glow when it was used, turning into dust after the formation had successfully deactivated. Yuan grabbed the first treasure, a stunning black bow crafted from a crystal-like material, its body translucent and glistening as if stars resided within it. Ibis Piercer, grade ancient quality. Peak physical strength required 5 million, penetration, 690,000 description. Pierce through the void with this beautiful yet powerful bow crafted with abyss crystal as its core material. This bow uses arrows made from spiritual energy or aura. "This will be great for Mishu, who has been practicing with the bow," Yuan mumbled as he stored the bow in his spatial ring bender. He proceeded to walk to the next treasure. After removing the formation with his last talisman, he grabbed the silver bracelet and placed it in his spatial ring. Once he was done, he immediately left the treasury, where Shujiaki and Senior Bai were waiting outside. "What did you get?" Senior Bai asked him out of curiosity. Yuan showed the treasures he acquired to them with a smile on his face. Huh. A bow and a bracelet? Aren't you a sword master? Why do you need a bow? Senior Bai looked at him with a puzzled expression. It's not for me, he calmly said. You picked a treasure for someone else? You're more generous than I thought, Shu Jiaqi said. I doubt it's just for any ordinary friend, your girlfriend, perhaps, Senior Bai said with a teasing smile on his face. To their surprise, Yuan actually nodded. Something like that. Huh. Shu Jiaqi's eyes widened slightly after hearing that Yuan had a girlfriend, as this was news to her. As for Senior Bai, he was already aware of Yuan's group of ladies, so he wasn't that surprised. What about the other treasure? Are you also giving that away? Senior Bai continued inquiring. Yuan nodded. Yes, you're truly something, Yuan. While the treasures on the first floor are only divine grade and ancient grade, they are all top-tier treasures even within their respective grades. Not many people would be willing to give away one, much less two treasures, even if it's their loved ones, Senior Bai remarked. It's nothing worth mentioning. After all, it's only natural to look after those you love. And no matter how valuable these treasures may be, they will never be as valuable as those around me. Yuan smiled. Visit Oko. For the best novel reading experience, Chapter 1409, Perks of Being a General. 1409 Perks of Being a General. If you're done here, I will take you back, Shu Jiaqi said. Yuan looked at her with slightly raised eyebrows. Perhaps he was overthinking it, but he sensed a hint of irritation within Shu Jiaqi's voice, but he couldn't recall doing anything to annoy her. Yes, I'm done here, he said a moment later. Shu Jiaqi looked at Senior Bai, who nodded, creating a portal before them the next second. This will take you back to the myriad of techniques, he said. Do you have any questions before you leave? Yuan pondered for a bit before asking, How do I come here without your help? Surely there must be a way to enter the Celestial Overlord's headquarters without Senior Bai's assistance. Otherwise, that would make Senior Bai a gatekeeper. We have places spread throughout the 9 heavens with portals that lead to this place, though they only exist within the 6th heaven and above, said Senior Bai. But if you ever want to visit this place for whatever reason, you can just contact me through the myriad of techniques, he added. Yuan nodded. I see, thank you. Until next time. Yuan walked through the portal the next moment, disappearing from the Celestial Overlord's headquarters and returning to the myriad of techniques. Have you guys found any suitable techniques? Yuan asked the others when he returned to their side. This place has an abundance of techniques. I can't believe such a treasure trove exists, Shi Meili exclaimed, rendered speechless by the vast array of techniques available for purchase. Yuan looked at her, who was carrying over a dozen techniques in her arms, smiled, and said, That's an impressive amount of techniques you have there, Lightsvalem. She chuckled. Don't worry, I'm not expecting you to pay for them. If they're below a certain rank, I can acquire them for free, he said. Really? They are all divine rank techniques, though? Probably. Yuan looked at Miss Xu and the others. Excluding Xiaohua, they all had 2 to 3 techniques in their grasp. Upon entering the 4th heaven, the volume of techniques accessible in the myriad of techniques had significantly expanded, unveiling numerous new and formidable skills for them to explore. Are you all ready? He asked. They nodded. Seeing this, Yuan guided them to the front desk, where a middle-aged man was overseeing the operations. This was his first time buying techniques from the myriad of techniques after he achieved the rank of general. Bender. He showed his symbol to the middle-aged man and asked, Do I get any discounts? Even though Shu Jiaqi warned him to not show off his symbol until he increased his cultivation, he figured that it would be safe to do so within the myriad of techniques. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows upon seeing the symbol, casting a disapproving glare at Yuan while scrutinizing him from head to toe. Ebbs Minner, you're a general within the Celestial Overlords? How come I don't recognize you? The middle-aged man spoke in a cold voice. He was a warrior in the faction, and he'd memorized all of the generals and above. Yet he didn't recognize Yuan. Moreover, Yuan seemed clueless about his own privileges as a general. I'm a new member, and I was only recently promoted to the rank of general, said Yuan. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes at Yuan, whose cultivation was simply too low to be part of the celestial overlords, much less a general there. The middle-aged man sighed a moment later, while uncommon. There are people like you from time to time, bold individuals, who think they can fool the myriad of techniques. However, you are especially bold to utter such ridiculous lies with a straight face. How can someone who just joined the faction become a general already? Eh? Yuan raised an eyebrow at his ominous words. The punishment for impersonating one of us is death, but I will give you a chance to admit your crime and apologize. The middle-aged man spoke in a calm voice, yet his gaze was cold and oozing with killing intent. Seeing this, Yuan sighed. What's the point of this symbol if nobody believes me? And don't you have a talisman that proves I am a member of the faction? That only proves you are a member, not a general. The middle-aged man calmly said. Yuan took away the symbol the next moment and retrieved a medallion from his spatial ring. Here, this is... The middle-aged man swallowed nervously at the sight of Senior Bai's medallion. Don't tell me you're going to say it's a fake, Yuan calmly said. The middle-aged man accepted the medallion into his hands, taking a moment to thoroughly inspect it. It's real, he muttered in a dazed voice. If you still have doubts, you can ask Senior Bai. That won't be necessary. I apologize for doubting you, General. May I have your name? Yuan, then, General? Yuan? Allow me to give you a brief explanation of your privileges as a general. As a general, you are allowed to acquire any heaven rank and divine rank techniques from the myriad of techniques for free. Ancient rank techniques will have a 75% discount. Divine rank techniques are free for me? That's very generous. Yuan didn't expect the faction to be so generous. That may seem to be the case at first glance, but if you think about it, most generals have a cultivation of immortal ascension and beyond at that level. Divine rank techniques aren't as useful, the middle-aged man explained. Makes sense. Yuan nodded. It only seemed like a crazy privilege to him because he was still a spirit king in the fourth heaven, where divine rank techniques are still rare and valuable. In the upper heavens, however, they are not as valuable and sought after. Yuan turned to look at Shi Meili and the others and said, You heard him. As long as it's not ancient rank, you can have them for free. No way, Shi Meili muttered in a dazed voice with a bewildered expression on her face. She had prepared to spend a fortune on her techniques, so it was baffling to hear that she wouldn't need to spend a coin on them. But I won't complain. Shi Meili merrily walked over to the front desk and laid all of her techniques before the middle-aged man, creating a small mountain. The source of this content is Rit Oak Est Chapter 1410, Sacred Bracelet. 1410 Sacred Bracelet. After Shi Meili placed her techniques on the front desk, the others quickly followed. Meixiu had 2 techniques, Chu Liuxiang had 3, Li Jinshi had 3, and Lan Yingying had 2. In total, 26 divine rank techniques formed a small mountain in front of the middle-aged man, who wore a weird expression on his face. While it was fully within Yuan's privilege as a general to purchase so many divine rank techniques, it still felt weird to the middle-aged man, especially since he wasn't buying it for himself. Moreover, they were still within the fourth heaven, where divine rank techniques are precious. If Yuan wanted to abuse his privileges by selling these divine rank techniques as though they were candy, he would easily make a fortune. However, it would cause an uproar within the fourth heaven and catastrophic damages to the economy. If that were to happen, the higher-ups would not sit still, as such actions would hurt their faction's reputation and karma. After acquiring the techniques, they left the myriad of techniques and went to the nearest hotel where they talked about their plans. I will be heading to the Vanishing Valley now. Unfortunately, I cannot bring any of you with me since I cannot guarantee your safety there, except Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying, who can reside safely within my dantian. Yuan said to them, Normally I would complain and follow you even if you refuse, but I have a lot of new techniques to learn, so I don't mind staying behind. Shi Meili said as she was already holding on to one of these techniques with an eager look on her face. I was already planning on staying behind to cultivate since we're still nowhere near capable enough. Chu Liuxiang said. Me too, Meishu said. Are there any locations where we can train without any concerns about our surroundings? Li Jinshi asked. I'm not sure, but Yuan lifted his head to look at the ceiling and called out, Dong-ye, are you here? There was no response. I guess it'll take him a little longer to come to the fourth heaven. Unlike Yuan and the others, Dong-ye did not have the luxury of traveling between the 9 heavens using the stairway to heaven because of his identity. I think the Cultivator's Haven may have something like that. Meishu suddenly said, The usual spot, huh? Let's check it out. Chu Liuxiang nodded. They left the hotel shortly after and made their way to the Cultivator's Haven. Of course, we have training rooms specifically for those who wish to practice their techniques without worry, the receptionist said after being inquired by them. Right. Ucheltskud. She led them to the basement where a hallway of rooms was located. These rooms are reinforced with Tier 5 formations that can withstand attacks from even a spirit sovereign without any problems. The receptionist gave them a brief tour of one of these rooms. The interior was quite spacious, with about 30 meters in width, 40 meters in length, and about 20 meters in height. There was even a bathroom available. Since he wasn't sure how long it would take him to return, Yuan handed the others enough money to use these rooms for half a year without any breaks. Naturally, he didn't actually think he would need that long. It was more of a precaution before leaving. Yuan retrieved the Abyss Piercer from his spatial ring and offered it Meishu. I want you to have this is... I don't even have the power to wield this bow. Meishu stared at the beautiful black bow in her grasp with a dumbfounded look on her face. I am well aware, but you'll eventually be able to wield it. Yuan smiled, and he continued, It even looks similar to my starry abyss. I think they were made with the same materials. Yuan showed his starry abyss, and sure enough the blade looked like it was made with abyss crystal, the very same material used for the Abyss Piercer. Thank you, I will treasure it, Meishu said with a warm smile on her face. Before he left her training room, Meishu gave him a passionate kiss on the lips that lasted for several seconds. Yuan visited Lan Yingying last. Although she could have followed him, she decided to stay behind to train as well. While she was stronger than Li Jinshi and the others from Earth, she still fell behind Zhao Hua and Zhao Hua. Here, I want you to have this. Yuan handed the other treasure he acquired from the Celestial Overlord's treasury to her. A bracelet? Lan Yingying accepted the silver bracelet with a curious expression on her face. The moment she touched the bracelet, she sensed a connection with it, almost as though they were fated to be together. Sacred bracelet, grade, ancient quality, peak description. A beautiful bracelet forged in sacred fire increases the wearer's efficiency and power by 500% when using fire-related techniques. Its effects will double when using sacred fire. When Yuan saw this bracelet, he instantly thought of Lan Yingying, who could wield sacred fire. This bracelet will improve your sacred fire's efficiency and power? Yuan explained its effects to her. It boosts the power of my sacred fire? No wonder why the sacred fire in my body acted up with excitement when I touched it. Lan Yingying swallowed nervously as she stared at the glistening silver bracelet in her grasp. I don't know how to thank you, she said with a troubled look on her face. You don't need to repay me for it, really? Even if you say that, this treasure is too. Yuan suddenly placed his palm on her head and started aggressively rubbing it, causing her hair to fly everywhere. His random action left Lan Yingying speechless. Yuan chuckled at her appearance and said, Don't even think about it. Lan Yingying slowly nodded her head, her face flushed with redness. After leaving Lan Yingying's room, Yuan left the Cultivator's Haven with Zhao Hua by his side. Are you ready? He asked her. She nodded with a confident look on her face. Then let's head to the Vanishing Valley. Read latest chapters at Words, only chapter 14-11, Vanishing Valley. 14-11, Vanishing Valley. 14-11, Vanishing Valley. 11-14-11, Vanishing Valley. After leaving the Cultivator's Haven with Zhao Hua, Yuan went to find the teleportation device in their city. When he found it, Yuan approached the individual managing it and said, I'd like to travel to Black Fog City. Black Fog City? That's very far away from here, so it'll cost 200,000 spirit stones. The manager said. 200,000, right here. Yuan paid the money without hesitation. The manager took a moment to count the spirit stones before nodding his head. All right, I have confirmed your payment. Give me a few minutes to adjust the device. As he waited for the device, Yuan recalled the directions Dong Ye had given him to the Vanishing Valley. A few minutes later, Yuan stepped through the teleportation device, traveling to the other side of the world in the blink of an eye. The instant he emerged from the portal, he was met with an eerie scene. His view was obstructed by a black fog that seemingly engulfed the entire city. The atmosphere was chilling, and it felt like he had already arrived at the Shadow Realm. Of course, Yuan had learned of this place before his arrival, so he wasn't shocked by the scene. The fog is thicker than I'd anticipated. Luckily, it doesn't have any harmful effects on the body. Still, how does one live in such an environment? He wondered to himself as he started walking north. While the black fog obstructed his vision, he had no issues seeing with his divine sense. When he used his divine sense to examine his surroundings, he sensed hundreds of thousands of presence within the city. Surprisingly, there were more residents than he anticipated. Due to the environment, the cost of living within the city was extremely low, making it an ideal place to live for those without money, and since the black fog was only aesthetically unpleasant and somewhat inconvenient, many people chose to live here despite the ghastly atmosphere. As for the black fog, it originated from the Vanishing Valley. Given the close proximity of Black Fog City to the Vanishing Valley, it was an unavoidable inconvenience. After leaving the city, Yuan flew high into the sky where the fog couldn't reach, and he continued moving north. As he approached the Vanishing Valley, the black fog thickened and ascended higher into the air. Gradually, it began emitting a faint and unpleasant dusty smell. Yuan reacted by covering his body in a thin layer of spiritual energy, separating himself from the smell. A few days later, Yuan stopped moving when he noticed thousands of signs in the distance. Vanishing Valley ahead. Stay away. Turn around, turn around, turn around. Only death awaits those who ignore the warnings. Danger, danger, danger. Thousands of such signs were positioned before the Vanishing Valley, spanning for miles and forming a bizarre barrier that couldn't be disregarded. If Yuan had come across this place by accident and seen these signs, he would have turned around without any hesitation. Unfortunately, he came here with a very specific goal in mind, and that goal was only achievable if he entered the Vanishing Valley. After taking a deep breath and mentally preparing himself, Yuan flew past the signs and entered the Vanishing Valley several miles ahead. The instant Yuan passed the tree line that was within the Vanishing Valley's territory, he sensed a subtle change in the atmosphere, almost like he'd slipped through an invisible wall. He turned around to find that the tree lines he had just traversed had vanished entirely, replaced by an expansive emptiness stretching for countless miles. "So this is the illusion that Dong Ye mentioned, huh?" he mumbled in a low voice. Yuan didn't linger and continued moving forward. Unfortunately for him, there were no maps of the Vanishing Valley, so he could only wander aimlessly until he found something recognizable, such as the giant sword that Dong Ye had warned him about. However, he couldn't afford to travel too swiftly or recklessly, given the presence of innumerable magical beasts roaming the Vanishing Valley, with many capable of rivaling even immortal cultivators. Xiao Hua left his dantian shortly after they entered the Vanishing Valley, accompanying him by his side to ensure that he wouldn't feel alone in this dangerous land. Several hours into their journey, they encountered their first magical beast. "Careful, there's a magical beast hidden within the fog about a mile away," Yuan said out loud. This magical beast resembled a giant toad. It had purple skin with large black needles on its back, almost like that of a porcupine's spirit enlightenment. Yuan could tell its cultivation at a glance. "That's a great violet toad, Brother Yuan. The needles on its back are coated in a deadly poison that could kill a divine warrior expert in seconds, and it has the ability to shoot them out of its body like a projectile," Xiao Hua said, showcasing her knowledge. Yuan nodded. He summoned the Empyrean Overlord and threw it at the great violet toad, killing it in a single hit. Ding! Player Yuan has become the world's first player to kill the elite boss, Great Violet Toad. Huh? That Toad was an elite boss. Yuan was not expecting to see an announcement for such a simple kill. Brother Yuan, you should salvage its needles. They are quite valuable even in the upper heavens, Xiao Hua said to him afterward. Yuan nodded and collected the needles. Great Violet Toad's needle material description. Very durable and contains deadly poison. Now that I have it in my hands, it kind of resembles the black anguish needle I acquired some time ago. Perhaps it was created with this? Yuan expressed his thoughts after seeing their familiarities. Most spiritual treasures are created with parts salvaged from magical beasts, so it's very likely. Xiao Hua said after storing the needles, they resumed their journey. Half an hour later. Player Yuan has become the world's first player to kill the elite boss, Corrupted Brown Drake. Another elite boss? Don't tell me all of the magical beasts in the Vanishing Valley are such entities, Yuan muttered in a dazed voice as he glared at the announcement with a weird look on his face. This chapter is updated by Chapter 1412, Elite Bosses, Chapter 1412, Elite Bosses, Pro 1412, Elite Bosses. Player Yuan has become the world's first player to kill the elite boss, Oblivion Mantis. Player Yuan has become the world's first player to kill the elite boss, Endangered Flaming Boar. Not even half a day has passed since Yuan entered the Vanishing Valley. During this short amount of time, he'd killed 5 unique magical beasts, all of them releasing an announcement shortly after being slain. The players were bewildered by how many announcements were appearing that day, and all of them were related to player Yuan hunting elite bosses. Seeing how many unique elite bosses were being hunted so quickly, they wondered if Yuan had found a hidden dungeon filled with such bosses. However, even if they knew his location and wanted to follow him, none of these players were insane enough to enter the fourth heaven. While several thousand players have entered the fourth heaven, most of these people were scouters hired by others to gather information about the realm. Player Yuan has become the world's first player to kill the elite boss, Green-tailed Fox. Again, how many more announcements are we going to have to see before it stops? The players were already getting fed up with the spam. Unbeknownst to them, this was just the very beginning. Several more days came and went quickly while Yuan continued to wander the Vanishing Valley with Xiao Hua by his side. During this time, he's encountered plenty of magical beasts at the level of spirits sovereign to divine grandmasters. He slew all of them except one, a red-eyed black lizard that had a cultivation base even he could not fathom. This lizard stood 20 meters tall and was the length of 3 school buses. Xiao Hua recognized it as a tyrant lizard king, a very aggressive and vicious magical beast that could spit out bone-melting venom and destroy mountains with the swing of its tail. Yuan thought that he would stop finding so many unique magical beasts by now, but new magical beasts kept on appearing with barely any repeats, almost as though the Vanishing Valley was a zoo of exotic and powerful magical beasts. During these few days, Yuan's name would constantly appear in the sky, sometimes a dozen times in a single day. The players had grown so sick of seeing these announcements that they started outright ignoring them, acting as though they didn't exist. Unfortunately, because of this, some players who weren't Yuan and managed to receive an announcement would be completely ignored by the majority of players. Player Yuan has become the world's first player to kill the elite boss, Vanishing Spirit. Heavens, it's been 2 weeks now, and he's still finding new elite bosses to kill? Just where is he farming? Wang Shuying stared at the sky with a slight smile on her face while she practiced her alchemy outdoors. Meanwhile, the internet blew up with speculations about the treasures Yuan had gotten after killing so many elite bosses. He must have a mountain of treasures by now. Fuck. I am so envious. The last time I fought an elite boss was 3 months ago, and I couldn't even defeat it. In the end, I had to run away. Alas, the distance between player Yuan and the rest of us has increased yet again. After wandering the seemingly endless Vanishing Valley for 3 weeks, Yuan finally encountered a landmark that could direct him toward the Shadow Realm. In the distance, a mountain loomed with a distinct shape resembling a head, and there were several of them all lined up to form a mountain range. If one looked closely, one would be able to see a laughing expression on the body of these mountains, looking as though they were mocking the world. The mocking mountain range, if we follow the direction of their faces, we should arrive at our next landmark, the Red Garden of Death. Yuan muttered out loud. He looked at Xiaohua and asked, "Do you need a small break before we continue?" Meef. Even though she shook her head, Yuan decided to take a small break at the mocking mountain range. As they approached the mountains, Yuan was struck by sudden chills, almost as though his instincts were warning him. Suddenly, on the other side of the mountain range, a shadowy figure emerged from the ground, quickly rising toward the heavens. "Brother Yuan, we need to leave immediately," Xiaohua suddenly shouted with a rare nervous look on her face. This shadowy figure took on the form of a human, but its entire essence seemed to be composed of the same black fog that enshrouded the entirety of the vanishing valley. Upon closer inspection, one could discern black fog oozing from its body. Whatever this entity was, it evidently served as the source of the black fog. Just what is that thing? Yuan asked as they turned around and flew away. "I don't know. I have never seen anything like that before, but my instincts were telling me to stay away from it," Xiaohua said, her voice still a little shaky. "It looked like it crawled out of the ground." "Let's wait for it to leave before we go back there," Yuan said. Xiaohua nodded. They waited a few days to see if the shadowy entity would leave, but it barely moved from its position. As he stared at the shadowy entity from a safe distance, Yuan got the feeling that he'd seen such an entity before. That's right. The colossal on the desolate continent had a similar appearance. Does that mean this shadowy entity was created by someone with the purpose of guarding something? Yuan wondered to himself. No, there's no way someone could have created this monster. Even if they did, why would they leave it here? Eventually, the shadow entity left the mocking mountain range, allowing Yuan and Xiaohua to approach the place once again. Even though they could have left at any time, Yuan wanted to see if the shadowy entity had left anything behind updated from the Amen. Chapter 14:13, Red Garden of Death. Upon arriving at the mocking mountain range, Yuan approached the area the unknown entity roamed to see if it had left any clues about its identity behind. Even though he wasn't particularly interested in the entity itself, he had a weird feeling when he saw it, almost as if he was connected to it in some ways. However, he found no clues left behind, not even a footstep, which was weird considering its large size. Suddenly, a voice resounded inside his head. "My liege, I, your loyal servant, Dong Ye, have arrived at the fourth heaven. Can you hear me from your place?" Yuan spoke out loud. "Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Do you know my location as well?" "Yes, I can sense your presence within the vanishing journey. However, I am unable to pinpoint your precise location. While I am away, I'd like you to watch over my friends at the Cultivator's Haven. Naturally, also, I have a question. There is this large entity within the Vanishing Valley that is covered in black fog, the same black fog that permeates the place." "Do you know anything about it?" Yuan asked. "Black fog? Do you mean the Black Death? That is the second most dangerous entity within the Vanishing Valley, right behind the Spirit. Although it doesn't appear to be aggressive, it wanders around the Vanishing Valley, killing everything it touches. Rumors say the Black Death is currently searching for something. Do you know what this something is? Those who have encountered the Black Death have said to heard its voice, and it would always utter the same words, being fragment and outer god." "Fragment? Outer god?" Yuan repeated these twos in a low voice to see if it would trigger any memories, but alas, nothing came up. "Why do you ask, my liege? Do you recognize the Black Death?" Dong Ye suddenly asked. "No, but I sensed a subtle connection with it," he admitted. "A connection, huh? Even if it's vague, you shouldn't ignore it, my liege, as it could have something to do with your previous incarnations." Yuan nodded. "I am aware, but there are no clues, and I do not want to risk my life finding out. I'll see what happens after I visit the Shadow Realm." Their conversation ended there, and Yuan continued his journey within the Vanishing Valley. "Xiaohua, do the words fragment and outer god mean anything to you?" Yuan asked her as they made their way to the Red Garden of Death. Xiaohua closed her eyes to ponder seriously. Outer God, I think I have heard my father uttering such words before, but these memories are vague. Xiaohua said a moment later. I see, I guess we have another reason to visit the primordial realm now. Yuan smiled. Several days later they arrived at the Red Garden of Death, and as its name suggests, it was a field of red flowers, more specifically, spider lilies. Additionally, there were countless skeletons scattered around and within the field, giving it a chilling atmosphere. Red Garden of Death. It is said that magical beasts dwelling within the Vanishing Valley, sensing the approach of their demise, are drawn instinctively to this place to breathe their final breath. Nobody knows the reason for this phenomenon either. Upon closer examination, one would discern human skeletons interspersed amidst the sea of bones within the garden. Yuan and Xiaohua lingered for a few minutes to admire the beautiful yet eerie scenery. Just as they prepared to leave, they noticed a presence slowly approaching them from a distance. Yuan immediately retrieved his weapon to confront the incoming presence. However, he lowered his weapon when he saw the entity. It was a magical beast, its form marred by grievous wounds, its internal organs exposed, hanging from its body amidst the numerous injuries it endured. The magical beast walked into the Red Garden of Death with rigid movement until it could no longer lift a leg, collapsing in the middle of the garden. Once it took its last breath, the magical beast closed its eyes. Then, the spider lilies within the Red Garden of Death abruptly began exuding a crimson-hued gas that enshrouded the field. Seeing this, Yuan and Xiaohua quickly ascended higher into the air, not daring to touch this unknown gas. Their actions were promptly validated as the corpse of the magical beast began to dissolve, gradually diminishing until only its bones remained after the Red Garden of Death absorbed the magical beast's corpse. A single spider lily sprouted at the edge of the field. There were tens of millions of spider lilies in the Red Garden of Death. If each of them represented a corpse the garden absorbed, that meant tens of millions of entities took their last breath in this place. Let's head to our next destination. The Vanishing Pond, Yuan said a moment later. On Xiaohua nodded. Fragment of outer God, a hoarse and chilling voice suddenly resounded, causing Yuan and Xiaohua to turn around. To their surprise, the Black Death had appeared behind them like a ghost without any warning. It was still several miles behind them, but it was close enough to send shivers down their spines. Seeing this, Yuan wrapped his arm around Xiaohua's small waist and ran with Vermilion Phoenix dominating the heavens, escaping towards the direction of the Vanishing Pond as though their lives depended on it. That was dangerous. I couldn't sense its presence even though it was so close to us, Yuan cried inwardly. If the Black Death hadn't spoken, it could have sneaked up on them with ease. The realization of potentially perishing without even discerning it brought home the gravity of his predicament within the Vanishing Valley. He had underestimated the dangers of this place due to the relatively smooth progress thus far, however. His close encounter with the Black Death had opened his eyes to the true perils lurking within, in the blink of an eye. Yuan traveled hundreds of miles, not daring to stop, until they were tens of thousands of miles away from the Red Garden of Death. Chapter 1414, Black Death. Chapter 1414, Black Death, that 1414, Black Death. That was dangerous, a little too dangerous. Yuan sighed out loud after looking around without seeing the Black Death in sight. Sorry for grabbing you so suddenly, Xiaohua. He quickly realized that he was still carrying her like luggage and released her. It's okay. She shook her head. If not for the dark atmosphere, Yuan would have noticed her cheeks were rosy. I was captivated by the Red Garden of Death and stopped using divine sense for a moment. But I will not make that mistake again. Xiaohua then said, It's not Brother Yuan's fault. I also failed to notice it until it was almost too late. He nodded. Now then, I made sure to escape toward the direction of the Vanishing Pond, but I don't know if I went past it. The Vanishing Pond has this phenomenon where it disappears for several hours every few minutes. The Vanishing Pond was exactly several thousand breaths from the Red Garden of Death if one moved at a certain speed. Unfortunately, Yuan was too occupied to count his breaths or control his speed, so he had no clue if he had gone too far or still needed to travel some more. The only way we'll find the entrance to the Shadow Realm now is—" Yuan shifted his gaze from Zhao Hua to the small silhouette of a sword in the far distance. "That must be the giant's sword," Yuan muttered in a low voice. "Zhao Hua, things will get even more dangerous as we get closer to the giant's sword, not to mention the spirit. Stay in my dantian for the time being." He knew Zhao Hua was capable, but he didn't want to risk anything. Zhao Hua nodded. "I will watch Brother Yuan's back so you don't have to worry about that thing sneaking up on us again." After saying that, she entered his dantian. Yuan started moving toward the giant's sword shortly after, but he didn't dare to travel too fast. A few minutes later, he sensed not just one, but several fathomless presence appear around him. "I'm surrounded." Yuan immediately concealed all of his presence and entered the black fog near the ground, further erasing his existence. A few moments later, several magical beasts appeared and, without hesitation, immediately started attacking one another. Yuan slowly distanced himself as he watched with amazement. Why are they fighting each other, he wondered. Magical beasts typically avoid each other, but in the Vanishing Valley, where food and water are scarce resources, they could only feast upon other magical beasts' flesh and blood, especially since they were all of different bloodlines. Moreover, consuming other magical beasts would further boost their own strength. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 4 magical beasts that appeared were slain, their corpses disappearing into the black fog. Even if he wanted to loot the corpses, Yuan could barely endure the powerful ripples created by the magical beasts' clashes, as it contained something he experienced recently. Immortal Qi. Fortunately, the immortal Qi emitted by these magical beasts was nowhere near as strong as Senior Bai's immortal Qi. Suddenly, amid his escape, one of the attacks from the magical beasts coincidentally flew his way. Shit, what kind of luck is this? Yuan suddenly recalled the major misfortune curse that came alongside the Celestial Emperor's curse that greatly reduced his luck. It was not an attack that Yuan could avoid, so he could only block it even if it would reveal his presence. He gathered as much spiritual energy as he could in a short amount of time and released it at the incoming attack. Boom! The clash created a powerful ripple that swept the black fog around them, revealing Yuan's figure to the magical beasts, who stopped fighting to look at the newcomer. In the eyes of a magical beast, the taste of a human's flesh and blood was far superior to that of a beast, so they would always prioritize hunting humans first. Once Yuan's presence was exposed, the 2 immortal magical beasts ignored each other and charged at Yuan with an unfathomable sense of yearning. Seeing this, Yuan turned tail and used Vermilion Phoenix, dominating the heavens to soar towards the giant's sword in the distance. However, unlike the Black Death, these magical beasts were able to chase after him, even slowly inching toward him. While they played cat and mouse, the magical beasts would constantly bombard Yuan with attacks from behind, closing their distance with every attack. If Yuan hadn't gained some distance from the magical beasts in the beginning, he would have already been caught by them. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to escape from these magical beasts for much longer, Yuan started attacking them as he flew. Limitless sword, first domain, endless sword stream, 5,000 swords appeared in the sky and started raining down on the magical beasts. Each of these swords was imbued with enhanced sword chi, but they were ineffective against these magical beasts, bouncing off their body like throwing rocks at a mountain. My enhanced sword aura is unable to pierce their immortal chi. Yuan swallowed nervously after realizing this. If physical attacks were ineffective, he could only try spiritual attacks. After taking a moment to prepare, Yuan suddenly stopped moving, turned around, and activated Immortal Monarch's dominion on the magical beasts. Halt! He roared at them. Sure enough, the magical beasts immediately stopped moving and stared at him in a dazed manner. Kill each other, he commanded, as though they were bewitched by a power beyond their understanding. The magical beasts shifted their gaze from Yuan to each other and, before long, resumed their fight. It really worked, Yuan swallowed nervously. Brother Yuan, that thing is back. Xiaohua suddenly alerted him. Fragment of Outer God. The Black Death had appeared like a ghost in front of the magical beasts, yet the beasts were unaware and continued fighting each other. When the Black Death took a step toward Yuan, its body passed through the magical beasts, causing them to collapse instantly, as if they had fallen asleep. However, their eyes were wide open and without any signs of life. Seeing this, Yuan immediately started running toward the giant's sword again. Chapter 14:15, Giant's Sword. Mash Chapter 14:15, Giant's Sword. As Yuan soared through the vanishing valley at neck-breaking speed, he heard a chilling voice resound from behind, fragment of outer god. "Brother Yuan, that thing is chasing after you." Xiao Hua alerted him in a nervous voice. "Why now?" "It didn't follow us before," Yuan cried out loud. He turned to look back, and sure enough, the Black Death was chasing after him with large strides. It was a terrifying scene straight from horror movies, sending chills throughout Yuan's body. He gritted his teeth and tossed several sword lights infused with enhanced sword aura at the Black Death. As the sword lights made contact with the Black Death, they penetrated its body, vanishing within it. Yuan was baffled by what he just witnessed. The enhanced sword aura had completely vanished within the Black Death's body, almost as though they were erased from existence. "Dong Ye? Does the Black Death have any weaknesses?" Yuan shouted out loud, hoping Dong Ye could hear him. A few moments later, Dong Ye responded, but it was not what Yuan had hoped to hear. Regrettably, the Black Death possesses no discernible weakness. Anything it comes into contact with perishes, whether it be spiritual energy or treasures. In essence, that entity is effectively invincible. Well, I am being chased by said invincible being right now. "Do you have any advice to get me out of this situation?" he asked. "What? Why would the Black Death chase after you, my liege? It's known for ignoring everything even when provoked. Are you sure it's not a coincidence the Black Death is moving in your direction? Coincidence, my ass? It's literally running after me," he cried. Dong Ye frowned when he heard this, and he pondered whether he should intervene in this situation or let fate handle it like usual. "No, fate led him to the Vanishing Valley for a reason. I cannot intervene, or my liege will grind these old bones once he fully recovers his memories." Dong Ye quickly came to a decision. He then said, "You are not fated to die in the Vanishing Valley, my liege. Just do whatever you usually do." "Thanks for the help," Yuan exclaimed in a sarcastic tone. He continued soaring toward the giant's sword over the next several days, ignoring all of the magical beasts he encountered, even the ones that attacked him. After all, even if he didn't lift an arm, the Black Death chasing after him would kill them with a simple touch. During these several days, Yuan analyzed the Black Death as he escaped from it. He noticed that none of the magical beasts there were able to see or sense the Black Death, almost as though it was invisible to them. It didn't matter if these beasts had immortal chi or not, and because none of them could sense the Black Death, some would walk into its path and unknowingly perish. One could consider the Black Death as a type of fate for magical beasts, as it could not be seen or anticipated by them until it was already too late. Moreover, this kind of fate only leads the beasts to their death. The best that the magical beasts within the Vanishing Valley could do was to pray that they weren't destined to cross paths with the Black Death, much like how humans could only hope they weren't fated to perish at any given moment. As Yuan came to this realization, he sensed something change within him, almost as if something had awakened. However, he was too busy running away from the Black Death to think about it. Suddenly, Yuan noticed the Black Death slowing down. Huh? Why is it stopping? Yuan didn't think for a second that the Black Death might have gotten tired of chasing after him, and quickly deduced that it was probably unwilling to approach the giant's sword for some reason. Seeing this, he continued approaching the giant's sword. The Black Death eventually stopped chasing after him and disappeared. However, without realizing it, Yuan had gotten much closer to the giant's sword than he'd anticipated. Although Senior Bai had warned him to not get too close to the giant's sword, he wanted to see the mentioned spirit even if it was just a glimpse. Yuan stopped his movements to stare at the majestic sword in the distance. His gaze filled with awe. The giant's sword was unlike anything Yuan had encountered before. Its blade boasted intricate engravings, adding to its allure. Yet what captivated Yuan's attention the most was undeniably the enigmatic aura emanating from the sword. The aura bore a resemblance to both sword aura and enhanced sword aura, yet it possessed an entirely distinct quality that was unfathomably stronger and sharper. As though he was mesmerized by it, Yuan stared at the sword with a dazed look on his face. Ding.
You have glimpsed? Your understanding of has increased very slightly? Even the system cannot identify it?
Yuan muttered to himself as he saw the notice. Suddenly, before he could even take a moment to contemplate the mysterious aura, Yuan's entire body shuddered, as if it were warning him of imminent danger. He instinctively used his movement technique. The very instant Yuan moved, a potent sword aura descended upon the spot where he had stood just a split second ago, blowing away the black fog and creating a massive 10-mile-long sword mark in the ground. This sword mark was also so deep that one would not be able to see the bottom with their bare eyes. Yuan stared at the sword mark with wide eyes, his back soaked in cold sweat. Fuck! Even my regeneration ability wouldn't be able to save me if I was struck by such a devastating attack, he cried inwardly. Brother Yuan, look at the top of the sword, Xiaohua suddenly said. Yuan lifted his gaze to the very top of the giant's sword, where a silhouette that hadn't been there moments before silently observed him. The spirit. Yuan immediately recognized the identity of this silhouette, even though he couldn't see its appearance. Chapter 1416, Fearsome Existence. Chapter 1416, Fearsome Existence. 1416, Fearsome Existence. Just as Senior Bai had mentioned, the spirit assumed the form of a human. Despite the distance between them, Yuan could discern that it bore the likeness of a slender female figure, its long hair being caressed by the gentle and ominous wind. Yuan tried to take a closer look at this spirit, but there was an invisible force that blocked his divine sense from approaching it after a certain distance. It was clear that the spirit did not welcome his gaze. However, after the initial attack, the spirit did not attack Yuan again, almost as though it was only trying to warn him, or so he thought. The next moment, he watched as the spirit raised its arm before swinging it in his direction. Sha! Boom! A potent sword light lashed out at Yuan's location like a whip, carving another deep sword mark into the ground, stretching for miles. Brother Yuan, what are you doing? We need to get out of here as soon as possible. That is not an opponent you can fight, Xiaohua exclaimed in a terrified voice. Even with all the time he had spent with her, Yuan had never witnessed Xiaohua display such evident fear before. This underscored the incomprehensible power and sheer terror that the spirit of the giant's sword wielded. After confirming its fearsome existence, Yuan, not wanting to aggravate the spirit anymore, turned around and started running toward the Shadow Realm's entrance. Judging by the giant's sword view from my position, I should be very close to it. Yuan thought to himself as he activated Vermilion Phoenix, dominating the heavens. Normally, he would test the water by throwing a few attacks at his aggressors, just like he did with the Black Death. But he truly did not want to find out what would happen if he were to attack this incomprehensible spirit. Although I couldn't sense it at first, its attacks are imbued with enhanced sword aura, and they are even many times more powerful than mine. Yuan glanced at the second sword mark that still lingered with the spirit's enhanced sword aura. Were to clash with the spirit's enhanced sword aura, he would undoubtedly lose miserably at that. Yuan could sense the spirit's sharp gaze following him even without looking at it. He was moving at an extreme speed that would bewilder even Divine Realm experts. Yet the spirit could easily follow his movements. A few seconds later, Yuan was hit by another chilling sensation that sent shivers throughout his entire body. He immediately halted his movements, not daring to move an inch. Bang! 4 sword marks appeared around him the very next second. If he had continued moving, even changing directions, he would have perished to the spirit's attack, which anticipated even his escape routes. The only thing the spirit hadn't anticipated was his sudden halt, which saved his life. This is fucking crazy, Yuan cried inwardly as he started soaring toward the Shadow Realm's entrance once again. The spirit, as though it was impressed by Yuan's performance, stopped attacking him for the time being, but its gaze remained fixated on him, watching his every movement. A few minutes later, Yuan barely noticed a black portal in the distance. That must be the entrance to the Shadow Realm. Even though he was relieved to finally see the entrance, he still had to worry about getting there safely, as he hadn't forgotten about the spirit that was still watching him. Sure enough, just as he was mere moments away from reaching the portal, he sensed the spirit's aura abruptly erupt. Reaching the heavens, Yuan's entire body trembled violently, as though it was warning him of his immediate demise. With a strong sense of foreboding that he would not survive the incoming attack, Yuan didn't hesitate to unleash all of his hidden strength. Heaven's supremacy. A majestic golden aura enveloped Yuan as an unfathomable power surged forth from the depths of his body. When the golden immortal physique detected the power of heaven's supremacy, it responded by manifesting a semi-transparent armor that enveloped his entire body. Progress 10%. This golden armor did not obstruct Yuan's movements, nor did it have any weight to it. However, it further boosted Yuan's prowess to even greater heights, rivaling that of the spirit. "Come, Empyrean Overlord," Yuan summoned his sword and activated God of War's astral arts. The spirit's figure visibly shook after seeing the Empyrean Overlord. It instinctively pulled back its attack, but it acted a little too late. A massive amount of spiritual energy and enhanced sword aura descended upon Yuan, surpassing the attack he used on Senior Bai several times. 9 supreme swords. Yuan used the 9 supreme swords, executing a series of rapid sword strikes in quick succession, each several magnitudes stronger than the last. When Yuan's all-out assault collided with the spirit's attack, it generated a colossal ripple that rents space asunder and instilled fear in every existence within the vanishing valley that sensed it, regardless of their cultivation level. It took 6 out of 9 of the 9 supreme swords' strikes to obliterate the spirit's attack, leaving the remaining 3 to hurtle toward the spirit itself. However, Yuan was not willing to wait for the results and immediately charged into the entrance to the Shadow Realm. Wei. The spirit raised a hand and extended it in Yuan's direction, but he had already disappeared into the Shadow Realm by that point. The spirit remained in that position like a stone statue. Just as the final 3 sword strikes from Yuan's 9 supreme swords closed in on the spirit, it nonchalantly swung its arm, effortlessly dismantling the most formidable attack Yuan could muster at that moment, treating it with nonchalance. "That sword just now, it can't be," the spirit muttered in a dazed voice as it recalled the image of Yuan's Empyrean Overlord inside its head. It desired to pursue Yuan to confirm its suspicions, but its movements were constrained, unable to stray too far from the giant's sword. Furthermore, the entrance to the Shadow Realm lay beyond its travel range, rendering any efforts futile. The source of this content is free, Webnov Ale Chapter 1417, Returning to the Shadow Realm. Chapter 1417, Returning to the Shadow Realm. Of 1417, Returning to the Shadow Realm, Yuan took a good minute to breathe after nearly losing his life to the spirit's devastating attack. "I have never been so close to experiencing death, not even when I actually died inside the nameless emperor's tomb," Yuan cried out loud as he fell flat on the cold ground. That spirit was immensely powerful. Perhaps even stronger than Senior Bai. Xiao Hua came out of his dantian to comfort him. "Yet you managed to escape unscathed, Brother Yuan." Yuan looked at his sweaty palms and sighed. "Yes, but at the cost of my last usage of heaven's supremacy. Unless I gain its approval, I won't be able to call forth its power again, and we might have to face that spirit again once we leave the Shadow Realm." Without heaven's supremacy, Yuan knew he had no hopes of escaping the spirit a second time. In fact, he believed that even if he had unlimited usage of heaven's supremacy, it still wouldn't be close to enough to defeat the spirit at his current strength. Once he'd rested enough and composed himself again, Yuan examined his surroundings. Just as when he first entered the Shadow Realm back at the Dragon Essence Temple, he found himself amidst a desolate and dilapidated cityscape that looked like it had been void of life for eras. However, there were no trials for him to do. Is this place located in the same dimension as the Dragon Essence Temple's Shadow Realm? Yuan voiced his concerns aloud, feeling a twinge of worry at the possibility of them being separated, as it meant he wouldn't be able to search for the God Ascension Realm experts he met before in this Shadow Realm. However, he quickly recollected one of the God Ascension Realm experts mentioning that the Shadow Realm had multiple entrances. Hence, there was a reasonable likelihood that they existed somewhere within this particular Shadow Realm. The only challenge lay in locating them amidst this vast and unfamiliar terrain. "Where should I begin?" he sighed. Unlike the Vanishing Valley, where he was given instructions on reaching the Shadow Realm, he had no clue where to even begin once he arrived at the destination. In the end, he could only think of one solution. "I guess we'll have to wander around until we find something again," he muttered. His divine sense was strong enough to cover the entire abandoned city and even several miles outside, where the real Shadow Realm was located. Once Xiaohua returned to his dantian, he went into the sky and flew outside the city, entering the Shadow Realm. Immediately after leaving the city, shadowy entities of various shapes and sizes began appearing around Yuan, their red eyes staring at him with immense bloodlust. "Human? Human! Human!" Their hoarse voices constantly resounded, reminding Yuan of his first encounter with these banished souls. However, unlike when he was only a spirit grandmaster, he was not completely clueless in the Shadow Realm and even had sufficient prowess to wander the place without worrying too much about the banished souls. The banished souls were also slightly stronger than he remembered, but they weren't nearly strong or fast enough to threaten him as long as he paid attention. They were most likely powerful cultivators in the past, but they've been reduced to such a pitiful state after wandering as a trapped soul for countless years. Only someone with a cruel and indifferent heart could do such a thing to them. Xiaohua voiced her sentiments, expressing sympathy for these banished souls, noting the resemblance of their plight to that of exiles within the primordial realm. Similar to these banished souls, exiles themselves are trapped within the primordial realm by the celestial emperor. However, exiles, at the very least, retain their physical bodies and possess a glimmer of hope for eventual freedom through the Supreme Heaven's legacy. Meanwhile, banished souls are forsaken and left to languish in this dark and desolate realm. Though they may harbor a flicker of hope that someone like Yuan might appear to rescue them from the Shadow Realm, such occasions are less likely to occur than an exile completing the Supreme Heaven's legacy, as not even immortal cultivators dare to venture into this forbidding domain. As Yuan ventured deeper into the Shadow Realm, the banished souls grew progressively more powerful, their bloodlust for him intensifying with each passing moment. Senior Bai warned me to not attack them since it will aggravate them even further, but they will eventually overwhelm me at this rate. Yuan sighed inwardly as he contemplated using Dragon's Gaze on these banished souls. In the end, he decided to scare them a little without actually hurting them. He activated Dragon's Gaze without directing it at any of the banished souls, serving it as a warning to them. "Scram, if you don't want your soul to perish." Yuan let out a resounding roar, his voice amplified by soul strength. When the banished souls perceived the formidable prowess of Yuan's soul strength, they abruptly ceased their pursuit, and even fled as if their lives hung in the balance. Though they may not have the intelligence to comprehend it, their instincts, honed through their experiences in life, could sense impending doom and instinctively recoil from it. That worked better than I'd anticipated. Yuan thought to himself as he continued wandering the Shadow Realm without a single banished soul in sight. However, it was not as though the banished souls vanished entirely. Yuan could still perceive them with his divine sense. They remained present, albeit at a distance, silently observing his every movement, as if they were waiting for him to lower his guard, their moment to strike. Knowing this, Yuan didn't dare to ease his guard and continued to exude some of his soul strength once in a while, as a reminder to these banished souls that he still could erase their existences at will. Moreover, Yuan's act of releasing his soul strength was not within the purview of just anyone. It was achievable only due to his ample soul strength and the accumulated knowledge from his past lives. Typically, only immortal cultivators who have cultivated their souls for centuries would dare to use their soul strength in such an extravagant manner, as it could potentially inflict harm upon their soul if executed incorrectly or impulsively. Yet, Yuan executed it with ease as if it was second nature, akin to the act of breathing. This chapter is updated by Freebove, Novel. Com. Chapter 1418, A Familiar Place. Chapter 1418, A Familiar Place. Now that no banished souls dared to approach him, Yuan found traveling the Shadow Realm much more relaxed. However, it didn't mean it was a leisure journey, as he had to focus on controlling the amount of soul strength he exuded. If he exuded too much, it might hurt the banished souls, causing them to rampage, but if it's too weak, it would not keep them away. Moreover, he had to be careful with such an act entirely, as it could easily backfire and damage his soul. Fortunately for him, his soul cultivation technique, Heaven's Indomitable Soul, constantly recovered his soul strength, or else he wouldn't have been able to use such a method. Several days later, Yuan still wandered the Shadow Realm without any clue as to his location. However, he noticed the banished souls growing stronger and stronger, requiring him to use more soul strength to keep them away. At the rate their strength is growing, I won't be able to keep up in another week or so, Yuan thought to himself. 3 days later, Yuan noticed another city in the distance. He immediately approached it. Upon entering the city, none of the banished souls dared to follow him past the city walls, almost as though they were forbidden from doing so. Yet Yuan was unable to sense anything odd around the city, nothing that could explain why the banished souls refused to enter the city. He thought there was a formation around the city that kept the banished souls away, but he couldn't sense anything like that. Even if it was a powerful level 9 formation, he should still be able to sense it to a certain extent. Since he didn't have to worry about the banished souls appearing in the city, Yuan took this time to recover his soul strength and take a break. Once he fully recovered, Yuan did not immediately continue his journey and flew into the air to examine the city. This city isn't the same as the previous city, but it bears some resemblance, almost as though it's from the same city, just separated, Yuan muttered. He decided to look around the city to see if there were any more clues. As he strolled throughout the city, he felt a sense of nostalgia, almost as if he'd been to this place before it turned to such a sorry state. But where have I seen this place? He looked at the stores and such, hoping it'd trigger something within him. Golden Dumplings, House of Starlight, Lao's Perfect Noodle. Unfortunately, the place was too small, and seeing the store names only further strengthened the feeling that he had been to this place before. If this is only a part of the whole city, there should be other similar places in the Shadow Realm. Perhaps I will find my answer once I visit enough of them. With this thought in mind, Yuan immediately left the city to find the next one. Even though he didn't know where he was going, Yuan moved with a sense of purpose without feeling hopeless or lost, as though he instinctively knew the layout of the Shadow Realm. He encountered another city 5 days later. I'm certain now. This is just a portion of a city, and I have been to this city before. Yuan confirmed his suspicions after visiting a third city. However, he couldn't recall where and when he visited the place before, no matter how hard he racked his brains. He left the city to find the next one. However, the strength of the banished souls had reached the level where even Yuan could not keep them away with his soul strength without injuring them, so he had to return to avoiding them. This time it took nearly 2 weeks to reach the next city. Unlike the first 3 cities, there was something distinctly different about this one. At its heart stood a towering and majestic pagoda, its height seemingly reaching the heavens themselves. So striking was its presence that Yuan spotted it from miles away. When Yuan saw this pagoda, a name immediately appeared inside his head, but he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. When he reached the city walls, he noticed a worn-down sign lying on the ground right before the entrance to the city. His expression froze when he read the words on the sign. Ah, as I thought, this place is City of Xi'an, indeed. This place was the home of Tian Xi'an, also known as the evil god who slew the first celestial emperor, an evil abomination that killed millions of cultivators, enough to create an ocean of blood and mountains with corpses. Yuan descended beside the sign and stared at it with a profound expression on his face. Sometime later, he lifted it with spiritual energy and placed it above the city entrance, where it once sat with dignity. Afterward, he directed his gaze towards the pagoda at the heart of the city. Despite countless years of abandonment, it remained tall and majestic, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. He approached it with a heavy heart, feeling incredibly sorrowful for some reason. Even if he didn't have all of Tianxian's memories, it was a feeling he received from his soul. As Yuan approached the pagoda and stood at its entrance, he stared at the grand sign that hung above the doors. Invincible heaven. Ah, as Yuan stood before the invincible heaven, memories that had been blocked started flowing into his mind once again. City Lord, what do you think of the name Invincible Heaven? I think it's quite the suitable name for someone like you. Someone who has yet to experience defeat, a young man asked him. Why are you asking me that when you've already made a sign and hung it up at the entrance? Tianxian shook his head with a gentle smile. The young man rubbed his nose in a bashful manner and said, We couldn't think of anything more fitting, so we went ahead of ourselves a little. He quickly continued, But we can tear it down and make another one if you really don't like it. No, this is fine. Good job. Thank you, City Lord. The young man bowed, showing a relieved expression on his face. The most up-to-date novels are published on Free of Nov Lel. Chapter 1419, Invincible Heaven. Chapter 1419, Invincible Heaven. 1419, Invincible Heaven. As Yuan recalled his time as the city lord of the city of Xi'an, he opened the doors to the Invincible Heaven and entered it. The first floor served as the lobby, where his citizens would frequently line up to discuss their grievances with the city, among other matters. During his time as the city lord, Tianxian would seek advice from the citizens to improve the city's lifestyle. My name is I am here today because I have an issue with my neighbor. I have a business at I am here to see if I can delay my taxes this month due to the citizens visited Tianxian for all sorts of reasons, even minor issues that weren't related to the city at all. Normally, such requests would only be deemed a waste of time and immediately turned away, but Tianxian listened to everyone regardless of how insignificant it may seem. Because of this, he was trusted by all of the citizens, as well as being highly respected by them, and it was to the point where some would claim that the citizens trusted their city lord more than their own family. The second and third floors served as waiting areas for these citizens. From the fourth floor and upward, Tianxian utilized the space as training rooms and living quarters for his soldiers. The Invincible Heaven was crafted using precious materials capable of withstanding blows from even immortal cultivators, and each floor could easily accommodate several people. Despite its towering height, Tianxian considered it an unnecessary extravagance, a waste of resources. However, the builders were resolute in creating a structure befitting his status, resulting in the magnificent pagoda that could accommodate thousands despite being intended for a single occupant. Good morning, City Lord. City Lord, do you have a minute to spare? I would like to test out a new technique that I've recently created on you. Everyone in the city of Xi'an held deep love and respect for Tianxian. He had transformed a humble backwater village, devoid of any significant resources, into a formidable and wealthy city boasting its own military might, surpassing even many major cities in the region. Tianxian himself was a formidable warrior, renowned far and wide as an undefeated prodigy, capable of beating opponents an entire realm above his own cultivation. Also known as the God of War, his mere presence instilled a sense of security among the citizens, granting them peaceful slumber devoid of worry, akin to that of newborn infants. At the pinnacle of the Invincible Heaven rested Tianxian's work chamber, affording him a vantage point from which he could survey the entirety of the city below while seated on this majestic seat, his presence resembling that of a god. Upon reaching the summit of the pagoda, Yuan removed the thick layer of dust on an object that had settled over millions of years, revealing the gleaming surface of the golden throne beneath, before taking his seat upon it. As he sat on the throne, even more memories flowed into his mind. City Lord, the Celestial Emperor's messenger is here to request your aid once again. A soldier approached him with a troubled expression, relaying the news. No matter how many times he sends his messengers, my answer will always be the same. I have no interest in aiding him in a war that was created by his own ego and obsession. I will not send my soldiers to their death for someone like him. I will let the messenger know, the soldier said before leaving. Naturally, the soldier refrained from conveying Tianxian's response word for word to the messenger, recognizing that it could be interpreted as a declaration of war by the Celestial Emperor during Tianqian's era. The Celestial Emperor wielded unchecked power, intoxicated by his own authority. He would hog all of the resources for himself and eliminate any perceived threat, regardless of the consequences for the world at large. However, respectfully, the city of Xi'an may decline to support the Celestial Emperor in his war. It would eventually be perceived as defiance, even opposition. In the eyes of the Celestial Emperor, refusal to ally could only be interpreted as enmity. As expected, after 3 refusals, the Celestial Emperor ceased sending messengers, and instead dispatched soldiers of war to the city of Xi'an to pressure Tianqian. Unfortunately for the Celestial Emperor, Tianqian wasn't some pushover and immediately got rid of these soldiers who dared to threaten his city. Yet, despite Tianqian's resistance, the Celestial Emperor persisted, sending increasingly larger forces with each encounter, determined to assert his dominance over the city of Xi'an. This back and forth continued for a few years until the Celestial Emperor had enough and adjusted his plans slightly. However, this sudden change in tactics resulted in an incident that marked the end of a concluding war and the start of an even bigger war that lasted for thousands of years, as well as the birth of a fearsome entity known as the Evil God. After taking another moment to look around, he stood up and said, "There's a nearby place that I would like to visit. Let's make a slight detour." After departing from the invincible heaven, Yuan proceeded on foot towards a particular building situated several minutes away. Yuan wiped away the dust covering the metal tag next to the gate, revealing the surname Tian flawlessly engraved on it. Indeed, he'd returned to his old home, where he lived a humble life with his beloved wife. Upon entering the building, he immediately walked to a specific room on the 2nd floor. When he saw the interior, he recalled what the stairway to heaven showed him during his previous trial. Mixu. Yuan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists upon entering the blood-stained room, where the walls and ceiling were tainted with brown, dried-up blood from countless years ago, suggesting that someone had met a grisly fate within those confines, sensing a significant surge of bloodlust from him. Xiao Hua nervously inquired, "Are you all right, Brother Yuan?" Hearing her voice, Yuan took a deep breath and nodded weakly. "Yes. This content is taken from Freve, Brief Novel Kemom. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com, Chapter 1420, Basement. Chapter 1420, Basement, 1420, Basement." After spending a moment staring at the gruesome scene before him, Yuan released a deep sigh before turning around and walking out of the room. He walked back downstairs until he reached the basement. A thick cloud of dust smacked into Yuan's face when he opened the basement door, but he reacted quickly enough to block it. Upon walking down the staircase that creaked with every step, Yuan arrived at a small room that he'd visited before during a trial within the stairway to heaven. The room seemed empty at first glance besides the obvious dust covering every inch of the place, but Yuan approached one of the walls in a manner that suggested something was there. He closed his eyes and stood there in silence. A few moments later he muttered a few inaudible words. A profound ripple swept the room in response, revealing a red portal standing right in front of Yuan. After seeing this portal, Yuan walked into it without any hesitation. Another world existed on the other side of the portal. It was a pitch-black world without any light, so dark that Yuan wouldn't be able to see his own hand even if he waved it in his face. Divine sense was also useless in this abyss, or rather unavailable, as Yuan's cultivation base was sealed the moment he entered, almost as though the darkness had consumed it all. He didn't even bother trying to summon his alchemy flames to light up the place, because he knew that it would be a futile effort. Despite having zero visibility and his cultivation base sealed, Yuan calmly walked forward with precise and calm strides, occasionally turning at a specific angle. Xiaohua was quite curious about their location, but she didn't want to disturb Yuan, who was immersed in his memories, following a path that led him to his destination after 15 minutes of constant movement. Yuan's view turned from absolute darkness to a fully lit room that was the exact size as his basement room. However, the room was immaculate and without a speck of dust. Moreover, there were 3 items displayed at the end of the room. Yuan approached the 3 items with a sense of nostalgia washing over him. There was an old silver spear, a damaged black chest armor, and a pair of worn-out black boots. These 3 items were worn by Tianxian back when he was still known as the God of War, experiencing more battles than even the most veteran soldiers nowadays. Despite their worn-out appearances, they still exuded a profound aura that surpasses even divine-grade treasures. Silver Victory Grade, Mythic Quality, Peak Physical Strength Requirement, 27 million Description. An ancient relic once wielded by the God of War, who fought and won over 1 million battles. Despite its tattered appearance, it remains in great condition. Increases damage by 10,000%, increases weapon penetration by 20,000%, increases damage by an additional 10,000% when fighting another soldier. Stygian Vest Grade, Mythic Quality, Peak Physical Strength Requirement, 20 millions Physical Defense Requirement, 35 million Description. The God of War never entered battle without this piece of armor, saving his life countless times, increases physical defense by 1,000%. When worn, it will reflect all damages from those below Divine Lord. God of War's protection will automatically activate when it senses imminent danger that threatens the wearer's life, negating any damage a single time from those below Divine Emperor. 72-hour cooldown. Stygian Boots Grade Mythic, Quality Peak, Physical Strength Requirement, 12 million Physical Defense Requirement, 19 million Description. God of War's favorite shoes, its sole dyed crimson from always being submerged in his enemy's blood. Increases movement speed by 100% when worn, immune to most movement restrictions when worn, increases movement speed by an additional 50% when in a battlefield environment. Yuan stored these 2 of these 3 treasures in his spatial ring, wearing the Stygian boots immediately. Although he already has a spear, Silver Victory's prowess vastly surpassed the dragon's soul in its current form in terms of raw power. The only advantage Dragon's soul had over Silver Victory would be its unique effect that ignores spiritual energy. Unless he encountered an enemy he could not harm normally, such as Bai Sutao, Silver Victory would serve him better. As for the armor, he finally had something to replace the invisible dragon's cloak, which had served him long enough. Moreover, his naked body alone, strengthened by the golden immortal physique, could endure attacks from divine warriors, making the invisible dragon's cloak even more obsolete. However, the Stygian boosts are arguably the best of the 3 treasures for Yuan, as treasures that increase one's movement speed are exceedingly rare and sought after. Furthermore, it also protected him from many movement restrictions, such as formations that could slow down one's movement. In a fight between 2 equally skilled and powerful fighters, the one with the superior speed usually comes out as the victor, hence why anything that could boost one's movement speed is worth a fortune. That elaborate room before this one was only meant to hide these 3 treasures. Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. Yuan nodded. This room was meant to be a safe shelter for my wife, but it ended up becoming a storage. Huh? Brother Yuan's wife? Xiaohua muttered in a dazed voice. My previous life I had a wife and a child. Unfortunately, I was unable to protect them. They were assassinated while I was busy with the enemy. Yuan sighed, not hiding one of his darkest moments in history. Yuan closed his eyes, recalling the events that led up to that tragic incident. Tianxian lived a rough childhood from the moment of his birth. He was abandoned shortly after birth and left in the wilderness as food for the wild beasts. If a passing mountain bandit hadn't found him and decided to raise him, that would have been the end of everything. Yet against all odds, Tianxian managed to survive. Read latest chapters at Frebnovel, com only chapter 1421, Tianxian, Tian chapter 1421, Tianxian. One might expect Tianxian's life to get better after being adopted by a mountain bandit, but he was treated as a servant until he was able to prove to the others that he had what it took to become a fellow bandit. If you want to be acknowledged as a fellow bandit, you'll need to plunder at least 10 gold coins by yourself. If you cannot do even that, you might as well be a slave for the rest of your life. After years of self-training without any instructors, Tianxian finally earned the others' respect by looting 100 gold coins from a merchant after killing 3 mortal guards all by himself. He was only 10 years old at that time. Ha 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 ha, from now on you'll be our 17th brother. 100 gold coins. That's a record, by a whopping 24 gold coins. Upon becoming a full-fledged bandit for 2 short years, misfortune befell Tianxian once again when their gang of bandits were caught and executed by a group of soldiers. At that time, half of the bandits, including Tianxian, were mere mortals without any cultivation. The other half were hovering in the mid-level of spirit apprentice. Kill these low-life bandits, kill them all, no mercy. Unsurprisingly, when a group of spirit warriors appeared to hunt them, none of the bandits survived. All of them were slain mercilessly, except for one. When the soldiers saw how young yet skillful he wielded his weapon and learned his history with the bandits, they offered him a new life as a soldier for the Xiu family, a powerful and influential royal family in the 4th heaven. Kid, you don't have to die here. Come with us and start a new life as a soldier for the Xiu family. You'll be fed properly, given a real bed, paid a salary, and even have a worthwhile purpose in life. If you refuse, you'll die here with the very bandits that took advantage of you. Tianxian had no reason to refuse such a generous offer, so he accepted it, following these soldiers back to the Xiu family, where he was given proper education and training. His life as a soldier wasn't easy and extremely strict, completely different from that of a mountain bandit, but Tianxian adapted to his new lifestyle very quickly. His attitude and morals quickly changed, shocking even those who brought him back. Are you really the same mountain bandit from a week ago? Fuck. How can a person change so fast? You're not actually a spy, are you? Eventually, the soldiers realized that Tianxian was blessed with a great gift, the ability to master any weapon with ease. Huh. Why is he training with the sword today when he was training with the spear just yesterday? I saw him training with the saber, too. I guess he's having trouble picking a weapon. If you're a man, you've got to pick the spear. Are you insane? Swords dominate the martial world for a reason. It didn't take long for the Shu family to take notice of Tianxian's immense talent with weapons. No matter what kind of weapon they tossed his way, Tianxian would perfect it within a day, 2 at most, despite having never touched them before. I have never witnessed such talents before, and he's not even an adult. We need to nurture him properly. He'll be of great asset to our Shu family in the future. In just a single year, Tianxian went from an ordinary soldier still in training to being a royal guard for the Shu family. After becoming a royal guard, Tianxian was taught how to cultivate and was even allowed to use the Shu family's cultivation technique, something heavily protested at first, but eventually stopped after the Shu family's treasured jewel, Shu Mei, insisted on letting him learn the technique. Princess Shu, we need to speak about your obsession with that young soldier. It is too much for someone of your stature. Please think of how it'll affect your image. There are already rumors spreading about the two of you. Screw my image. He's the only one around my age here and someone I can call a real friend. If you don't like it, you can simply ignore it. As for the rumors, are they calling us a couple yet? What if they think we've kissed already? Do you think he's heard of them too? I'm so embarrassed. It was no secret that the princess of the Shu family would often visit the soldiers' barracks to play with Tianxian, who was only a year older than her. Furthermore, she fancied Tianxian's appearance and admired his diligent nature. Nobody would be shocked if they were told that Shu Mei had some sort of romantic feelings for him. In fact, it was so obvious that even a blind man would be able to see it. However, because of the difference in their status, Tianxian would often be a target of bullying, mostly by young masters from powerful and wealthy families who envied his relationship with Shu Mei. It was inevitable even though he was a royal guard, because, in the end, he was just a mere soldier. Ah, Tianxian, you're all bruised again. Why don't you fight back? You can easily handle those losers with your skills and strength. Shu Mei would often reprimand him for not defending himself. Tianxian responded with a subtle smile. I can only point my weapon at the Xu family's enemies. Unless they become your enemy, I am unable to harm them. Otherwise, your family will also be affected, as I am at the end of the day, your soldier, moreover. Beating the helpless and weak is only something a bully and bandit would do. I am past that kind of life." Tianxian, Xu Mei looked at him with a tender gaze. He continued, "Also, if your Royal Highness cannot convince them to stop, what can I, a mere foot soldier, do?" Ixume's body trembled upon hearing his words that had a double meaning. She immediately turned around and stomped away in anger. The following day, an incident that sent the entire fourth heaven into an uproar occurred. Princess Xu Mei, who was known far and wide for her docile and gentle nature, had gone on a rampage and brutally assaulted several famous troublemakers at a popular restaurant, sending them to the hospital with a broken nose and half of their teeth missing. Read latest chapters at Freewer Bib Novel. Co. only Chapter 1422, Princess Siyu. Chapter 1422, Princess Siyu. Then 1422, Princess Siyu. The day after Tianxian got bullied and spoke with her, Xu Mei sneaked out of the royal palace and made her way to a famous restaurant in the same city, where the bullies that messed with Tianxian are rumored to frequent. "Ye, your Royal Highness, what in heaven's name are you doing here by yourself? Where are your guards?" The receptionist was scared out of her mind when Xu Mei walked into the restaurant alone. Xu Mei casually dismissively waved her hand and spoke. "Forget about that. I need to know something. Is the Li family's young master and his group of troublemakers here right now?" "Young Master Li and his friends?" "Yes, they have been dining on the top floor for the past half hour. If your Royal Highness is looking for them, I will call them down here for you." "No, that won't be necessary. I'll go greet them myself, since they aren't expecting me." Without saying anything else, Xu Mei walked upstairs with the receptionist staring at her back with a nervous gaze. I should notify the Xu family. The receptionist had an ominous feeling when he saw Xu Mei and didn't want to be responsible if anything were to happen to her. While the receptionist alerted the Xu family of Xu Mei's presence at the restaurant, the person herself casually climbed to the top floor of the restaurant at the end of the hall. 2 guards were standing before a closed room that couldn't contain the loud laughter inside. "Ha ha ha! Did you see how that wimp stood there and ate our fists? I have never seen such a coward before. How did a loser like that become a royal guard for the Xu family? Whoever made that decision must have been blind. Fuck, just thinking about him makes me want to beat him up some more. We can always give him another visit. Hell, we can even see him after this. Why don't we cut off his fingers so that he'll lose qualifications to even work as a soldier? I bet he won't even fight back. Once Princess Xu realizes how much of a cowardly bastard that soldier is, she'll definitely stop paying attention to him." As Xu Mei overheard their conversation, her expression immediately darkened, and her steps toward the room hastened. "Stop right there, and Aiden, your Royal Highness? What are you doing here?" The guards standing watch tried to stop her from approaching the room, but instantly gave up when they took a closer look at her beautiful yet terrifying face. Bang! Without saying a word to the guards, Xu Mei kicked down the doors like a barbarian, startling everyone in the room. "Which bastard dares? Fuck! How dare you startle this young master? I'll have your entire family executed." The young masters in the room stopped their speech halfway when they saw Xu Mei standing before the broken door with clenched fists, their faces filled with disbelief and shock, looking like they had just seen a ghost. "Princess Xu? What are you doing here?" However, these young masters couldn't care less why Xu Mei was there. They only wanted to know if she had overheard their loud conversation just now. Of course, they had an idea, judging by the way she kicked down the doors and her chilling aura. Xu Mei was the first to break the silence, speaking in a cold tone. "Damaging my future husband's face is already punishable by death, but to think you would even consider doing something as heinous as robbing him of his future. I'll have you bastards executed immediately." Without any warning, Xu Mei exuded immense killing intent as she jumped to the nearest young master, punching him directly in the face and sending him flying. Despite her small and seemingly delicate figure, Xu Mei possessed the cultivation of a peak spirit Grand Master. The one who received her punch felt his face dent inward before his vision darkened. "Princess Xu, please calm down. We were only joking." The young masters showed zero signs of wanting to fight back. In fact, they were all older than Xu Mei by several years, but their cultivation was only between peak Spirit Master and mid-level Spirit Grandmaster. None of them were strong enough to defeat her, even if they fought without caring about her status. "Ah, my fingers are bending backward." One of the young masters screamed in pain after trying to block Xu Mei's fist. Another was struck directly in the mouth, shattering most of his teeth. "Ah, my leg!" Xu Mei, who was also known as the Gentle Princess, was no different than a barbarian at this moment, her small and smooth hands stained and dripping with fresh blood. In just a few minutes, Xu Mei had brutally crushed 5 young masters without breaking a sweat. If the guards hadn't stopped her at the very end, she wouldn't have hesitated to act upon her words and executed them on that day. What transpired at the restaurant was spread throughout the continent like wildfire, shocking every individual who heard it. The Xu family expected Xu Mei's image and reputation to plummet like a boulder. However, to their surprise, her actions had actually significantly improved her reputation, especially among the citizens within their own city. The troublemakers she had dealt with had caused so much trouble for the people that everybody dreamed of giving them a taste of their own medicine, but couldn't due to obvious reasons. Long live Princess Xu for dealing with those troublemakers. Ha 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 ha, this news is worth a grand celebration. If only they were killed, that would have been even better. However, while the citizens celebrated, the families of these troublemakers immediately sought reparation from the Xu family, and their friendly relationship that was slowly built over thousands of years vanished in a single day. These families were not small backgrounds and could threaten even the Xu family if they worked together, so it brought no small headache to the ex-Xu family. The Xu family immediately tried to repair their relationship, but these families never intended to do so and had always coveted the Xu family's power. Now that they had the opportunity and the excuse, they established another faction together in hopes of replacing the Xu family. Visit Freewell, Vel, for the best novel reading experience, Chapter 1423, Unprecedented Genius, Shi Noop Mei. Because of your reckless actions, we've lost several powerful allies. Even worse, they have formed an alliance that will now directly challenge us. At this rate, there will be war, and our victory isn't guaranteed. Emperor Xu sighed in front of his beloved daughter. He would have never imagined that his most precious and gentle daughter would cause such trouble, and it was all for a single soldier. Can we even call them allies when they have clearly planned on opposing us for some time now? If I hadn't acted and exposed their true faces, we wouldn't have known about it until we had a sword stabbed in our back. Xu Mei rebuked. The room fell silent after Xu Mei's words. Your Majesty, I have to agree with the princess on this matter. Her actions and reasoning aside, it showed us the true colors of those traitorous bastards. The Li family and the others would have eventually stabbed us in the back if given the chance, regardless if Princess Xu had beaten their children or not. We should immediately start preparing to deal with them. One of the most trusted and experienced royal advisers there said, "Not just that. Those families are rumored to have some shady business running in the shadows. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to secure any solid evidence that could incriminate them yet," said one of their generals. "I'm actually glad that the princess had done what she did. Those children are infamous troublemakers. We've received a mountain of complaints from the citizens because of them. Moreover, it exposed their true colors to us, allowing us to take action faster." The majority of people in the room expressed their support for Xu Mei. Seeing this, Emperor Xu could no longer find it in him to punish her and sighed, "You got lucky this time, Xu Mei. I won't punish you as the emperor, but as your father, I have to ensure you won't do something so reckless again. That young soldier who made you do this, I forbid you from seeing him again." "What? But father?" Xu Mei immediately tried to protest, but she was quickly rejected. "If you agree to never see him again, I will allow him to continue working as a soldier for us. However, if you refuse, I will have him removed immediately. The choice is yours." Xu Mei clenched her teeth in frustration. Despite her ability to defeat those young masters, she remained powerless against her father's authority. Emperor Shu could have Tianxian executed for encouraging Xu Mei's actions, leaving her with no recourse but to lament her situation. I understand. I will not see him again, but you have to keep your promise and not touch him. If you break this promise, I will hate you forever, Xu Mei said before turning around and stomping out of the room in anger. Since that day, Xu Mei kept her promise and did not approach Tianxian once. However, she would occasionally sneak a peek at him from afar to ensure that he was still there, and Emperor Shu did not break his promise. Tianxian knew that Xu Mei's disappearance was most likely related to what she did for him, and refrained from even mentioning her name, as he was worried about stirring the hornet's nest. Of course, he would notice someone staring at him from afar from time to time, but he pretended to be oblivious to it for obvious reasons. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for protecting me. I, Tianxian, swear to protect you until my last breath. After making that vow to himself, Tianxian intensified his training regimen, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion each day until he collapsed from sheer fatigue. 2.5 years passed in the blink of an eye. It has been 4 years since Tianxian became a soldier for the Xu family. He recently turned 16, officially becoming an adult. He also reached the realm of Spirit King with unprecedented speed, shocking the entire army. Moreover, he mastered every weapon known to man, becoming a powerful force that could fight those several levels above his own cultivation. The reputation of the prodigious talent Tianxian had reached every corner of the Xu family, earning admiration even from the emperor himself. I knew he was talented even before he started his cultivation, but to think I almost threw away such a monster. I'm so glad that I didn't quietly get rid of him that day. Emperor Shu sighed out loud before the presence of several individuals. Tianxian. He started training for the Royal Guard a year after he joined us and graduated a year later, becoming the youngest Royal Guard in our Army's history at the age of 14, said the General of the Army, who also held Tianxian in high regard. He continued, He's just turned 16, and he can already fight me toe-to-toe despite having a lower cultivation base. I have never seen a monster like him before. We should properly secure him within the Xu family before it's too late. Our situation with the Seven Heavenly Order has only been worsening for the past 3 years. We'll need his strength when war eventually breaks out in the near future, suggested the royal advisor. Indeed, agreed the emperor, his expression grave. Tianxian's talent is our greatest hope against the impending storm. We must ensure his loyalty and commitment to our cause. However, how should we go about this? The easiest and most common method would be to give him one of our daughters. I have 3 daughters, but they are all married, said the general in a regretful tone. I have 2 daughters. One was recently married, and the other is only 10 years old. The royal advisor sighed. I only have sons, said another royal advisor. I have a daughter who is 17 years old and not married, but she already fancies some disciple from the Grand Sword Academy, said the royal treasurer. You should introduce your daughter to Tianxian, royal treasurer. I'm sure she'll like him better than that disciple, Emperor Shu suggested. However, the royal treasurer shook his head and sighed. It's not that simple. She may not be married, but she's already given her body to that disciple, and they plan on getting married once that disciple becomes a core disciple. Aya, you should have said that first, Emperor Shu sighed. Anyways, does anyone here have a daughter who isn't married and who is still pure? Tianxian is an unprecedented genius who probably won't appear again in our lifetime. The royal advisor there suddenly raised his hand and spoke. Your Majesty? What about Princess Xu? If I recall correctly, she was pretty close with Tianxian before that incident with the families from the Seven Heavenly Order. Xu Mei, impossible. I will let him have anyone but her. He immediately refuted. But, Your Majesty, we don't have anyone else. Furthermore, it will pretty much guarantee that Tianxian will stay loyal to the Xu family if his wife is Xu Mei, who is of direct lineage. Very quickly, the others started voicing their approval of Xu Mei and Tianxian's marriage despite being responsible for their separation several years ago. Visit FreeWeb Novel. Coem for the Best Novel Reading Experience, Chapter 1424, Engagement. Chapter 1424, Engagement. Your Majesty, since this conversation is related to Princess Xu's future, we should have the person in question here with us. I'd like to hear her opinion on this matter as well, the royal treasurer said. No, I don't care what you guys say. You will not convince me to sell my beloved daughter, Emperor Xu exclaimed, remaining adamant. But nobody is telling your Majesty to sell Princess Xu. If the princess fancies Tianxian, everything is fine. Or does your Majesty plan on keeping Princess Xu single for the rest of her life? One of the generals asked. Emperor Xu clenched his teeth in frustration. But he was unable to answer the general's question. Naturally, he couldn't let Xu Mei remain alone forever, but he also couldn't imagine anyone being worthy of her. After spending several hours convincing the emperor, they summoned Xu Mei's presence into the room and explained the situation to her. So, in order to ensure that Tianxian's loyalty remains with the Xu family, we have decided to find him a partner. I will marry him. Xu Mei gave her response before they could even finish explaining the situation. Let us finish. No, I will be the one to marry him. That's why you called me here, right? My answer is yes. Xu Mei spoke without hesitation, her eyes flickering with excitement. Xu Mei's enthusiasm left the emperor utterly speechless, even devastated. However, he was unable to find the strength to talk her out of it. Why him? Emperor Xu eventually found the courage to ask her this simple question. Why? I don't know when I started looking at him with interest, but I have been watching him grow ever since he was brought back by the other soldiers. He's a very earnest and hard-working individual, but his real charms only appear when you really get to know him. Xu Mei closed her eyes and recalled the first time she coincidentally laid eyes on Tianxian, who was training alone even before the morning sun rose. Tianxian's young presence piqued her interest, so she asked around and learned of his background as an abandoned child who was adopted by mountain bandits. Since then, she occasionally checked in on Tianxian's progress, and before she knew it, they were chatting and laughing together like best friends. Honestly, I think it was love at first sight. I already decided to make him my husband years ago, so I won't allow another woman to have him. Xu Mei glared at her father with a serious expression. Seeing this, Emperor Xu worried that Mei Xu might do something drastic like last time if he meddled with her love affairs. If you're this stubborn about it, I will have no choice but to allow it. In the end, Emperor Xu waved the white flag and approved of their relationship. Thank you, father. Xu Mei immediately stormed out of the room and went to look for Tianxian. Since Tianxian could always be seen training in the same area, Xu Mei had no trouble and found him instantly. Tianxian, she called out to him. Tianxian was startled by her sudden voice and dropped the weapon he was training with and turned around to see Mei Xu standing right behind him with a bashful smile on her face. Your Royal Highness, why are you here? He asked her, looking truly puzzled by her presence. After all, they haven't seen each other in almost 3 years. Mei Xu raised her hands with 2 fingers pressed together into a cross and said, Boo, boo, I told you to stop addressing me so coldly. Call me Xu Mei. Tianxian was utterly speechless. In the 3 years that he hadn't seen her, Xu Mei had grown into a devastating beauty that could collapse even cities with her smile alone. Yet her character remained almost the same as 3 years ago. You're Xu Mei. You need to leave before someone sees you here with me. I don't want to get you in trouble again. Tianxian picked up his weapon and returned to training, acting like he never even noticed her. However, Xu Mei pounced on his body and embraced him from behind. Xu Mei, what are you doing? He cried out loud, feeling 2 soft objects pressing against his sweaty back. You don't need to worry about that anymore. I have received my father's permission to see you again. Let's go somewhere to catch up. We haven't spoken to each other in almost 3 years after all. Before Tianxian could even respond, Xu Mei had already dragged him away from his training spot. Tianxian could only wear a bittersweet smile on his face as he allowed her to drag him off without any resistance. Xu Mei took Tianxian to an old spot where they used to meet frequently. They spent several hours catching up on their lives, with Xu Mei doing most of the talking, as Tian Xian's days were primarily consumed by training. However, Xu Mei did not bring up their marriage the entire time from the beginning to end. In her mind, even without Emperor Shu's approval, they would have ended up together as if it was her fate to be with him. Over the next 2 years, Xu Mei spent nearly every day by Tian Xian's side. Whether she was quietly observing him train from a distance or sharing laughter with him, every moment they spent together held equal significance in her heart. In 2 years, their relationship underwent a significant transformation, culminating in an engagement. However, it was Xu Mei who took the bold step of proposing to Tian Xian. Tian Xian refused at first due to the difference in their status and Xu Mei's exalted background, but Xu Mei reassured him that they would have the emperor's blessing. Sure enough, Emperor Shu personally approached Tian Xian that very day to congratulate him on their engagement. "I will leave my daughter in your hands, Tian Xian. If you dare make her cry or fail to protect her, I will come after you even after death." "I swear that I will protect her with my life, Your Majesty." "Who are you calling Your Majesty?" "I am your father-in-law now. Call me father. Yi, yes, father." The Yost up-to-date novels are published on Freeweb Novell. Chapter 1425, Tian Xian's First Battle. 1025 Tian Xian's First Battle. While Tian Xian and Xu Mei became engaged, their relationship wasn't officially announced or acknowledged yet. The reasoning was simple. They decided to wait until Tian Xian had gained sufficient fame and reputation before making their engagement public. If the Xu family were to announce the engagement of their prized jewel to a common soldier during a time of war with the Seven Heavenly Order, they risked ridicule and mockery. While Tian Xian had gained fame as a prodigy within the Xu family, this knowledge was kept internal and few outside their circle were aware of his talents. "Tian Xian, our situation with the Seven Heavenly Order has finally reached the point of war. I will send you into battle so you can acquire experience and make a name for yourself. Do you object?" Emperor Shu asked him. "I object. Why do you have to send him when there are countless other soldiers? It's too dangerous." Xu Mei refused to send her beloved to war, fearing the possibility of him getting hurt or, even worse, losing his life. However, Tian Xian placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "Please, Xu Mei, don't be like this. This is what I've been trained for. If I can't fulfill the purpose I've dedicated many years to, then what meaning does my existence hold?" "Well said," the general exclaimed with an excited smile on his face. Tian Xian turned to look at Emperor Shu and continued with a resolute face, "I accept, Your Majesty. No, please, let me go to war with the Seven Heavenly Order. I have a debt to repay them, after all." Emperor Shu nodded with a calm smile. "Very well. Then you will be part of our first battle with them. Immediately prepare for departure, as you command, Your Majesty." Once they returned to their room, Xu Mei asked, "Is there really no way I can convince you to stay here with me?" Tian Xian, noticing that she was crying, walked over and wiped her tears. "Xu Mei, the Seven Heavenly Order threatens the Xu family and your safety. As your soldier and future husband, it's only natural for me to fight them to defend our family." If the Emperor had heard such words, he would definitely be jumping in joy over how successful their plan was. "I couldn't raise my hand at those bullies back then because they were allies, but now that they are our enemy, I won't hesitate to get rid of them like you wanted me to." "Tian Xian," Xu Mei suddenly propelled herself forward and gave him a passionate kiss on the lips. "I want to give you something before you leave for the war." She started removing her clothes, her face flushed with redness. Once she was fully naked, she grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the bed. Tian Xian's eyes widened at her actions. However, he didn't reject it and followed her to the bed, where they passionately embraced each other and connected for the first time. They made love to each other for several days straight until it was time for Tian Xian to leave. On the battlefield several thousand miles away from the Xu family, Tian Xian stood in a formation as they faced the Seven Heavenly Order's army, which was 3 times larger in size. Heavens, those Seven Heavenly Order bastards have violated the agreed-upon number of soldiers to be sent into battle on our very first engagement. This bodes ill for us. The soldiers were both shocked and incensed by the Seven Heavenly Orders' blatant disregard for honor. In order to prevent a full-fledged war between two massive powers, they often resort to small-scale skirmishes with a predetermined number of soldiers and cultivators until one side either surrenders or depletes its forces. For their first battle, they agreed to send only 1,000 soldiers with a single spirit sovereign, 3 spirit kings, 20 spirit lords, 200 spirit grandmasters, and the rest spirit masters. However, the Seven Heavenly Order blatantly disregarded their agreement and sent 3 times the amount with 3 spirit sovereigns, 9 spirit kings, 60 spirit lords, 600 spirit grandmasters, and over 2,000 spirit masters, these sons of bitches. We need to get reinforcements. They won't make it. We'll all be dead before reinforcements arrive. What should we do? Run away. While the Shu family's soldiers contemplated running away, the only spirit sovereign within their ranks suddenly stepped forward and pointed his silver spear at the enemy. So what if they outnumber us 3 to 1? They're just a bunch of cowards who cannot even fight fairly. How strong can they be? Follow me. I will pave the way to victory for us. Without waiting for a response, Tianxian fearlessly charged at the enemy. He made it halfway to the enemy without looking back to see if anyone had followed him. In his mind, even if he had to fight the entire army alone, it would not stop him. Ha ha ha! Charging at us alone, what a foolish bastard! Who is this idiot? How did he manage to reach Spirit Sovereign? The 3 Spirit Sovereigns laughed and mocked Tianxian openly. I can handle a dumbass like him by myself, one of the Spirit Sovereigns said as he confronted Tianxian. However, the Spirit Sovereign was slain by Tianxian after exchanging 3 mere blows with him. It didn't feel like a fight between Spirit Sovereigns and was more like a true master bullying a toddler. This unexpected result shocked both sides to their core. Who is that soldier? How come I don't recognize him? Isn't that Tianxian? He's a royal guard for the Shu family, but he looks so young. He has to be less than 20 years old. I have heard rumors of him, but I have never seen him fight before. The Shu family's soldiers were overwhelmed with shock after witnessing Tianxian in action for the first time. Meanwhile, the Seven Heavenly Order's soldiers were trembling from fear. Seeing this, the remaining 2 Spirit Sovereigns went to confront Tianxian together in hopes of raising their fellow soldiers' morale. However, they also fell to Tianxian in less than 10 strikes. Holy fuck! He defeated all 3 Spirit Sovereigns by himself. He's even unharmed. We have a chance. We can defeat these cheating bastards. The morale of the Shu family's soldiers soared when they witnessed Tianxian's overwhelming strength, and they swiftly followed him into battle against the enemy soldiers. Once Tianxian defeated the enemy's Spirit Sovereigns, their morale plummeted to rock bottom, leaving them vulnerable to the onslaught of the Shu family's soldiers, who swiftly overwhelmed them with ease. In less than 2 hours, the Shu family's army emerged triumphant with only a few casualties. Meanwhile, the forces of the Seven Heavenly Order were utterly vanquished despite outnumbering their opponents. Word of Tianxian's unparalleled prowess on the battlefield quickly spread throughout the 4th heaven like wildfire, garnering him widespread acclaim and respect among both allies and adversaries alike. Ha 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 ha! You should have been there to witness Tianxian's prowess. None of the enemy's Spirit Sovereigns were able to land a hit on him. The way he just marched toward the enemy alone without any hesitation and looking back, it was the most amazing thing I'd ever seen. In the blink of an eye, Tianxian became a celebrity within the Shu family's army. Visit FreeWeb, an oval for the best novel reading experience, Chapter 1426, God of War, Chapter 1426, God of War. Amazing work. Tianxian. You have exceeded our expectations. Emperor Shu praised him when he returned from the battlefield. Tianxian, Shu Mei flung herself into his embrace the moment she saw him. Ahem! Control yourself, Shu Mei. You're not alone, and your relationship with him is still a secret. Emperor Shu awkwardly cleared his throat. Who cares? Everybody in this room is aware of our relationship anyway. Shu Mei said, refusing to let Tianxian go. But pretty much everyone outside of this circle is already aware of their secret relationship. The royal advisor and the others thought to themselves as they looked at Xu Mei and Tian Xian. Xu Mei's demeanor around Tian Xian spoke volumes, leaving little doubt about the intimacy of their relationship to anyone observing, even a blind man. The only thing lacking was official confirmation. Sometime later, Tian Xian asked, "So, when is the next battle?" Xu Mei looked at him with wide eyes and said, "You want to participate in another battle? Isn't one enough? The entire city is already aware of your prowess, so why would you want to participate in another battle?" Tian Xian then said, "I won't stop until the 7 heavenly order is gone." "I like your dedication." The generals laughed out loud. Emperor Shu nodded. "I will notify you when the next battle is decided." Due to the 7 heavenly orders disregarding their agreement, things would only get more complicated. After all, the Shu family could no longer trust them. In the end, they scheduled the second battle to take place the following month with 2,000 soldiers on each side. However, wary of the 7 heavenly orders' potential treachery, the Shu family stationed their reinforcements a few miles away from the battlefield, should the 7 heavenly orders breach the agreement once more. The Shu family was prepared to swiftly deploy their reinforcements without hesitation. The 7 heavenly orders showed up with exactly 2,000 soldiers this time, but they also had reinforcements stationed not far away from the battlefield. "Look at that young man in front of the formation. That must be Tian Xian, the unstoppable tyrant." The soldiers of the 7 heavenly order swiftly recognized Tian Xian's presence within their formation, dubbing him Unstoppable Tyrant due to his formidable performance in the previous battle. Just like the previous battle, only a single spirit sovereign was allowed to partake in the battle. However, once the battle began, the 7 heavenly orders revealed that they had hidden 9 additional spirit sovereigns within their formation. Kill the Unstoppable Tyrant. Despite the potential damage to their reputation, the 7 heavenly order couldn't afford to let Tian Xian dominate the battlefield once more. Therefore, they resolved to swiftly eliminate him during the second battle. I knew I could count on you cowardly bastards to use such dirty tactics." Tian Xian sneered in disdain when he realized that he was surrounded by 10 spirit sovereigns, yet in less than 5 minutes, Tian Xian slew all of them while suffering only minor injuries. After killing the spirit sovereigns, Tian Xian's prowess on the battlefield was unmatched, and the battle concluded before the Xu family could even summon their reinforcements. Once again, Tian Xian carved through the enemy forces like an unstoppable force of nature. With each swing of his spear, more than 20 enemy soldiers would fall, their morale shattered by Tian Xian's relentless onslaught. These dirty fucking bastards. If it weren't for Tian Xian's overwhelming talent, I would have lost my son-in-law today. Emperor Shu and the others expressed their anger after learning of the situation. "Damn it, Your Majesty. Let's forget about these skirmishes and launch a full-scale attack on these bastards." "Yeah, if these bastards want to play dirty, let's show them how dirty we can get." However, the Shu family quickly realized that their concerns would be alleviated without them having to take any action. "We never intended on meddling with your war, but we cannot ignore such disgraceful behavior being displayed before our eyes in our own continent. If the 7 heavenly order continues their nonsense, we will join the Shu family to get rid of you pests." When the neutral sects and other factions of the 4th heaven that have been watching from the sidelines learned of the 7 heavenly orders' dishonorable actions, they united together and threatened to assist the Shu family, leaving the 7 heavenly orders with no choice but to reconsider their actions. After being warned by their neutral neighbors, the 7 heavenly orders refrained from employing underhanded tactics and committed to engaging in future battles with honesty and integrity. However, if the 7 heavenly order couldn't defeat Tian Xian with underhanded tactics, they had no hope of defeating him in a fair fight. A dozen battles later, the 7 heavenly order suffered 12 crushing defeats at the hands of Tian Xian. Despite hiring renowned spirit, sovereign, and spirit enlightenment mercenaries from across the divine heaven, the 7 heavenly orders found no success in defeating Tian Xian. Meanwhile, with each victory, Tian Xian's reputation soared, his name echoing throughout the 4th heaven like some kind of deity. The war between the 7 heavenly orders and the Shu family lasted over a decade, spanning more than 100 battles. Tianxian participated in every single battle, grew stronger after each battle, and emerged victorious in all of them. Moreover, cultivators from around the world would spectate these battles and offer Tianxian an exalted position within their faction, but he respectfully declined all of them. In the end, Tianxian stormed the 7 heavenly orders' headquarters and personally executed the young masters who bullied him in the past. After the war concluded, Tianxian was crowned the nickname God of War by those around him. His engagement with Xu Mei was also officially announced by the Xu family, and they performed the marriage ceremony in the same year, becoming husband and wife, which surprised nobody. The most up-to-date novels are published on Freeb now. Chapter 1427. The Beginning of the End. Chapter 1427. The Beginning of the End. Once again, congratulations on your marriage. Emperor Xu said to Tianxian after the wedding in a private meeting. Thank you for allowing me to marry Xu Mei, father. You will not regret this, Tianxian said with a smile on his face. Ha ha ha, why are you being so humble out of nowhere? It's weird. Emperor Xu laughed out loud. After chatting for a while, Emperor Xu spoke with a serious expression on his face. Let's talk about why I called you here, Tianxian. Now that you are officially part of our family, do you have any desire to rule your own territory? My own territory? Tianxian raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Indeed, you are no longer just a soldier with a duty. Now that you are one of us, you have 2 options. 1, remain here and compete with the others for my position as its emperor. Or 2, leave and build your own empire. Of course, I will support you regardless of your decision. After hearing his choices, Tianxian, without hesitation, responded, I will leave this place to build my own empire. Emperor Xu smiled and said, I knew you would say that. As much as I hate to admit it, this place is too small for you, Tianxian. You're already stronger than me by an entire realm. Go build your own empire, one that is worthy of the one called God of War. Your talents will surely bring you to a place where even I have to tilt my head and look up. What about Xu Mei? Tianxian then asked. Why are you asking me? You're responsible for her now, so make your own decisions, Emperor Xu quickly said. So you won't be upset if I decide to take her with me? Of course I will be upset. However, she is already an adult. If she wants to follow you to the edge of the world, I have no authority over her decision. Tianxian went to speak with Xu Mei after his conversation with Emperor Xu ended. To his surprise, Xu Mei didn't object to his decision at all. In fact, she even encouraged it. Why do you look so surprised? I know you're not the type to linger in this small place when you could be doing much bigger things. Not that this small city could handle someone like you. As a matter of fact, I have been wanting to leave this place for some time now and planned on speaking to you about relocating soon, Xu Mei said. After receiving Xu Mei's answer, the 2 of them returned to Emperor Xu to further plan their departure. Do you have a location in mind? If it's within my power, I can help you with acquiring the land, Emperor Xu said. Tianxian pondered for a moment before responding. Do you know where the soldiers found me? I want to build a city around there. That's a little too close to this city, which could cause problems. However, there's a small village not too far away from that place. Since I own that territory, I can arrange it so that you will become its new lord, Emperor Xu said. Tianxian nodded. Let's do that thus. Emperor Xu transferred said territory to Tianxian, who immediately relocated to the village with Xu Mei. When news of Tianxian's departure spread, many of the soldiers who had fought alongside him expressed a desire to follow him. However, if Emperor Xu allowed them to join Tianxian, too many soldiers would leave, risking the collapse of their army. Yet, Emperor Xu decided to lend 10,000 soldiers to Tianxian for the time being. The seasons changed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had passed since Tianxian started managing his own territory. In just a decade, Tianxian successfully transformed a small village into a bustling city with a population of 20,000. Additionally, he established a small yet formidable army of 100 soldiers that could rival 5,000 soldiers, personally overseeing their training and development. Dong Ye, I'm promoting you to general. Congratulations on becoming the first to reach such a rank in our army, Tian Xian said to the stern yet loyal middle-aged man before him. Dong Ye immediately got on his knees and bowed. This unworthy one is eternally grateful to the city lord for this opportunity. I will not disappoint you. A decade, 2 decades, 50 years after a century, the city of Xi'an had grown to rival even the largest cities in the fourth heaven, with a population of over 10 million. They expanded their territory, stretching its boundaries far beyond their initial limits, while their military prowess became unmatched, casting a formidable shadow over the entire region. Numerous factions have attempted to halt its expansion or conquer the city of Xi'an, yet they were all thwarted before even nearing the city's front gates, allowing the citizens to live a peaceful life with a deep sense of security. Tian Xian's influence and stature had long surpassed that of the Su family, yet he steadfastly refused to ascend to the status of emperor, opting instead to remain a humble city lord. As for Su Mei, she spent half of her time assisting Tian Xian in managing the city amongst other things, and the other half improving her cultivation so that she could stay in this world with her beloved husband longer. While Xu Mei couldn't even dream of catching up to Tian Xian's cultivation, it was enough for her to live a very long life. 100 years, 300 years, 900 years later, the city of Xi'an stopped expanding after 250 years of establishment, but it continued to increase its citizens' quality of life and military might. Tian Xian stopped working as much and started spending most of his time with Xu Mei, who gave up working entirely after she became pregnant with his child. It's a girl, Tian Xian. What should we name her? I am not good with names, so I will let you decide. Then I will think of something. However, halfway into Xu Mei's pregnancy, a messenger bearing the Celestial Emperor's medallion entered the city of Xi'an with a simple yet terrifying message for its city lord, Tian Xian. Unbeknownst to Tian Xian at that time, this marked the beginning of the end of his seemingly perfect life. Update from Free Web Novel Co-M, Chapter 1428, The First Celestial Emperor. Chapter 1428, The First Celestial Emperor. 1428, the first Celestial Emperor, messenger from the Celestial Palace. What purpose do you have here in my city? Tian Xian spoke as he gazed upon the messenger from his seat. The messenger looked at Tian Xian's arrogant presence with a slight frown on his face, but he refrained from saying anything, as his mission was to recruit Tian Xian. I am here on behalf of His Majesty the Celestial Emperor, the messenger said as he retrieved a scroll and unsealed it. Tian Xian, one recognized as the god of war, immortal of the battlefield. Your war stories have reached even I, the first Celestial Emperor, Emperor of the Divine Heavens. As an admirer of your indomitable presence on the battlefield, I hereby offer you a position in my celestial army as its Supreme General. As the Supreme General, you will have unimaginable authority within the army, second only to I, the Celestial Commander. Should you accept this position, I shall grant you unlimited wealth, unfathomable power, widespread fame, as well as any single wish within my authority as the ruler of the divine heaven. Tian Xian listened to the Celestial Emperor's message with a nonchalant expression on his face. If it were anybody else in his shoes, they would have been jumping up and down in excitement over such a generous offer. The position of Celestial Emperor came into existence about 100,000 years ago when the patriarch of the most powerful family in the divine heaven decided to rule over the divine heaven. Despite facing considerable opposition from various factions and individuals who questioned the idea of bestowing such immense power and authority upon a single individual, the patriarch had an equal amount of support from those who stood to gain from it. Thus the Celestial Emperor came into existence with half of the divine heaven against it, and the other half supporting it. With the passage of time, the influence of the Celestial Emperor extended its reach, gradually engulfing the entire divine heaven. The power of the Celestial Emperor grew to such an extent that defiance against it became an act of inevitable self-destruction, as his enemies faced swift and merciless judgment, leaving little room for opposition or resistance. The unchecked power and authority wielded by the Celestial Emperor became a tool for exploitation, not only by the Emperor himself, but also by those who surrounded him, leading to corruption and manipulation on an unprecedented scale under the dominion of the Celestial Emperor. Cultivation resources, precious treasures, and even the natural phenomena of the world fell under its exclusive control. Those who did not submit to its authority were barred from accessing these vital assets, forcing all to pledge allegiance or face deprivation. In response to the tyrannical rule of the Celestial Emperor, countless individuals came together and challenged its oppressive regime, sparking the conflict known as the Heavenly War of Immortals and Gods. The Heavenly War of Immortals and Gods lasted for tens of thousands of years and was nearing its end with the Celestial Emperor having the upper hand. However, the Celestial Emperor was impatient and wanted to end the war as soon as possible, so he sought out Tian Xian, a renowned warlord who had risen to prominence less than 1,000 years ago, intrigued by tales of his achievements. However, after receiving the Celestial Emperor's offer, Tian Xian scoffed inwardly at the messenger and spoke in a calm manner. "I don't need such an exalted position, so I will have to decline his offer." Tian Xian actually wanted to curse out the messenger and the Celestial Emperor, but he refrained from doing so. Enraged by Tian Xian's refusal, the messenger's composure shattered, his voice booming with rage. "You arrogant little bastard! How dare you refuse the Celestial Emperor's generous offer? You are just a nobody from some backwater background." "How dare you?" Dong Ye, who was standing beside Tian Xian, immediately drew his sword and pointed it at the messenger. However, Tian Xian quickly gestured for Dong Ye to stop and said, "Indeed, I am a nobody, a frog in a well. Therefore, it wouldn't make any sense for me to accept the Celestial Emperor's offer. You may return to the Celestial Emperor and tell him that." "Good, you will regret this." The messenger did not linger and immediately left. I knew the Celestial Emperor would make a move on us eventually." Tian Xian sighed afterward. "The Celestial Emperor is truly overbearing and arrogant. Even his lackeys are disgusting. I completely understand why there is a war against him right now." Dong Ye sneered in disdain. "Prepare the army just in case they want to start something. We will most likely see that messenger again." Tian Xian said a moment later. "As you command." Dong Ye bowed before leaving. True to expectations, several weeks later, the messenger returned with another offer. However, it was a far cry from the previous one. Instead of the prestigious position of Supreme General, the Celestial Emperor now offered Tian Xian the humble role of a foot soldier, a drastic downgrade from his initial proposal. Tian Xian laughed at the offer and made a soldier turn away the messenger without even seeing him. The messenger returned a month later, but this time there was no offer to negotiate. The Celestial Emperor's message was clear and ominous. Either Tian Xian worked for him or faced utter destruction. In response to the threat, Tian Xian killed the messenger and sent his decapitated head back to the Celestial Palace. A week later, hundreds of Celestial Emperor's soldiers showed up at the front gate with the intention of going to war with them. Naturally, Tian Xian had prepared for the Celestial Emperor's confrontation and led his army to face their enemies, quickly slaughtering them. Tian Xian's refusal to bow to the Celestial Emperor quickly became the talk of the divine heaven, reigniting the flames of the dying heavenly war. After experiencing Tian Xian's prowess firsthand, the Celestial Emperor quickly realized that he'd been trying to tame an uncontrollable monster, deeply regretting it. Read latest chapters at freewebnovel.com. Only chapter 1429, The Birth of Evil God. 1429, The Birth of Evil God. 1429, The Birth of Evil God. Your Majesty, that arrogant bastard slew the soldiers we sent again. At this rate, we'll lose all of our spare soldiers to him. The current Supreme General of the Celestial Army reported to the Celestial Emperor. Frustration clenched the Celestial Emperor's teeth together. If not for the diversion of his main army in the heavenly war of immortals and gods, he could have easily crushed Tian Xian. But alas, his only option was to dispatch his reserve forces, as his enemies could potentially change the tide of their war if he weakened his main army even slightly. It's been 6 years since Tianxian openly defied the Celestial Emperor. Tens of thousands of soldiers from the Celestial Emperor had perished to Tianxian, who was only becoming more formidable with every fight. If I don't take care of this little bastard soon, he'll definitely become a real thorn in my side. The Celestial Emperor wanted to recruit Tianxian to end the war quicker, but he ended up making Tianxian an enemy who now had the potential to prolong the war. The realization that Tianxian could be the catalyst for his downfall drove the Celestial Emperor to the brink of madness. How dare a mere city lord defy me? The Celestial Emperor? Supreme General? I don't care what it takes or how much you dirty your hands. I want that bastard to despair. I want him to regret defying me. While you distract him with some soldiers, sneak into the city and remove his loved ones from existence. The Celestial Emperor roared, his eyes bloodshot. As your Majesty commands. The Supreme General did not have an ounce of hesitation within his voice, despite being given such an order. The following month, 10,000 soldiers arrived at the city of Xi'an, looking more ominous than ever. When Tianxian saw this, he immediately left the city to confront them as usual. Of course, he left behind some soldiers to guard the city and his beloved wife just in case. Unfortunately, the Supreme General was in existence that even Tianxian's strongest soldiers had no hopes of defeating in a group. Thus, the Supreme General sneaked into the city of Xi'an without alerting anyone, located Tianxian's living quarters, and silently killed all of the soldiers guarding it before entering the building. Inside, a woman sat on the bed, silently caressing her round stomach that looked like it was about to burst at any moment. "Who's there?" Xu Mei was immediately alerted when the formation around the building was suddenly destroyed. The door to her room was kicked down the next second, and a figure soaked in blood casually walked inside, his weapon still dripping with blood. "Who are you?" Xu Mei could instantly tell at a glance that she was no match for this individual, and that she had no hopes of escaping. "I am your executioner," said the Supreme General in a cold voice. "Why are you doing this?" she asked. "Because your husband offended someone he couldn't afford to offend, and now he will pay the price for defying His Majesty, the Celestial Emperor." Despite her seemingly helpless situation, Xu Mei did not let fear control her and even smiled. "I'm surprised it took you so long to come after me." The Supreme General coldly sneered as he slowly approached her. The Celestial Emperor's decision to dispatch the Supreme General to the city of Xi'an during a critical juncture of the heavenly war of immortals and gods risked their current advantage in the conflict. Yet the Celestial Emperor deemed Tianxian to be threatening enough to take such a risk. This is also why the Celestial Emperor only ordered the Supreme General to assassinate Xu Mei, since he wouldn't be able to kill Tianxian without revealing his presence there to their enemies. "Ah, I'm truly sorry, my darling, for being such a useless wife and mother." Xu Mei knew that fighting back or trying to escape would only be futile effort. So she used what little time she had left to think of Tianxian and recall all of the time they'd spent together. Meanwhile, when Tianxian sensed that the formation around his house had been destroyed in the midst of his fight with the Celestial Army, he, without any hesitation, abandoned the battlefield for the first time in his life as a soldier and rushed back to the city. "Please, let me make it back in time," he prayed inwardly until he returned home. When he arrived, he ignored the corpses that surrounded his house and immediately went inside the building. "Xu Mei, are you okay?" Tianxian shouted as he rushed to her room. However, his movements froze when he reached the entrance to her room. Standing outside the broken entrance, he could see the horrific scene inside the room. There was blood splattered everywhere, staining the walls, ceiling, and furniture, and in the center of this room was a lifeless body that had its limbs severed. However, the true horror lay in the grotesque sight of the body's stomach, savagely cut open and ripped apart to reveal the small, helpless figure nestled within. Seeing this gruesome scene, Tianxian fell to his knees with a loud thud, his face filled with shock and despair. "Xu Mei, triple A. Ha!" Tianxian released an inhuman cry that shook the entire city. Tears filled his eyes and flowed down his face like two streams during a rainstorm, quickly turning into blood a few moments later. Suddenly, Tianxian stopped moving and collapsed into the puddle of blood beneath him. However, he hadn't lost consciousness. In fact, he was wide awake, and something mythical was happening inside his head. Memories of a life that he didn't recognize were flowing into his mind. Sometime later, Tianxian slowly pushed himself off the floor, muttering in a low voice, "Tianyang, Huangxia Li, Shura." As clarity returned to his mind, Tianxian's fury surged like a tempest. His fists clenched so tightly that the bones within shattered under the force of his rage. Overwhelming killing intent and bloodlust emanated from him, so intense that it materialized into a thick crimson fog, shrouding the entire city in its ominous embrace, and his once brown eyes now glowed with a menacing red hue, as if they had been soaked in fresh blood. Celestial Emperor, I will not rest until I slaughter everyone around you and bathe in your blood. Thus the one who would soon terrorize the divine heaven as the evil god was born. This content is taken from Freewa, B-Novel, chapter 1430. Tianxian's wrath. After experiencing the most traumatic event in his life, Tianxian recalled his previous life and regained all of Tianyang's memories. Once again, I was unable to protect my beloved, Tianxian muttered in a dazed voice as he left the building. When Tianxian walked outside, the crimson fog that shrouded the entire city like a blanket began thickening to the point where visibility was reduced to near zero, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone without divine sense to see beyond a few inches ahead. Furthermore, the bloodlust coming from Tianxian was so immense that it suffocated everyone in the city, knocking many citizens unconscious, especially the mortals. This sudden and ominous phenomenon terrified all of the citizens, as it looked like doomsday had arrived. Tianxian ignored the chaos within the city and turned to look in the direction where the Celestial Emperor's soldiers were still engaged in a fierce fight with his own army. He flew into the air and soared toward the battlefield the next instant, leaving behind a trail of bloodlust that scattered in every direction, quickly covering the sky and causing the world to darken. Meanwhile, on the ongoing battlefield, the Celestial Army was slowly pushing back Tianxian's army after his sudden disappearance. "Where's the city lord?" "I don't know, but he suddenly took off with a nervous look on his face, and I have never seen such anxiety from him before." Look at the sky. What's that?" One of the soldiers there pointed at the red sky when he noticed it. It didn't take long before nearly every soldier on the battlefield noticed the red sky, looking like someone had painted it with blood. That's killing intent. I have never seen such bloodlust before. I didn't know killing intent could materialize in such a manner. How much killing intent does it require to cause such a phenomenon? I would be more worried about the person exhibiting such bloodlust. The very next moment, a silhouette appeared in the distance. However, everyone was too distracted by the red sky to notice him. In the blink of an eye, this shadowy figure arrived at the battlefield and hurtled toward the battlefield without any pauses in alarming speed. Before anyone could react, the figure dove headlong into the ranks of the Celestial Army, shattering their formation in an instant. What the hell was that? Someone just invaded our formation. They must have a death wish. As Tianxian breached the rear lines of the Celestial Army, he found himself encircled by thousands of foes on all sides, with no allies in sight. However, this worked in Tianxian's favor, as this allowed him to go on a rampage without needing to worry about harming his allies by accident. After all, in Tianxian's enraged current state, discerning friends from foes was a luxury he couldn't afford. The moment Tianxian landed on the ground, he immediately started swinging his silver spear like a madman, killing everyone around him. Due to his immense killing intent that blocked the soldiers' views, they were forced to use divine sense to locate him. Moreover, the shocking amount of bloodlust caused even these seasoned warriors to freeze, hindering their movement and allowing Tianxian to kill them without any retaliation. The Celestial Army, sent as a decoy, became the first ones to experience Tianxian's wrath, as Tianxian killed everyone around him without discrimination. The soldiers' limbs and flesh flew all over the place, causing the sky to rain blood and human flesh.
Ah!
Where the fuck did this monster come from?
It's Tian Xian, the god of war is back.
What? But why is he in our rear formation? His army is on the opposite side. I don't know what's going on, but we need to focus on him first. Once we kill Tian Xian, the others will fall like flies without their commander. When the celestial army realized Tian Xian had returned and even found himself amidst their ranks, they halted their advance toward the city of Xi'an and swarmed him like a colony of ants confronting a foreign intruder. Tian Xian's army was left dumbfounded and puzzled when their enemy suddenly turned around and started running away. Whoa, wait! Where the hell do you think you're going? Hold on, I can sense a disturbance in the direction they are running to. This is the city lord's spiritual energy. He's finally returned. But why is he so far away from us? Who cares about the reason? We need to back him up. Thus Tian Xian's soldiers started chasing after the celestial army when they also realized that their commander was fighting the enemy by himself. However, when they could finally witness the scene of Tian Xian slaughtering the celestial army like a mindless barbarian, the soldiers were left aghast, even terrified by his appearance. That's our city lord? He looks like a different person. What happened to him in the short amount of time that he left? Even I have never seen him like this before, Dong Ye said in a dazed voice as he watched Tian Xian slaughter the enemy with a look of profound admiration on his face. Dong Ye has always admired Tian Xian, but there was something different about the current Tian Xian, unlike the dignified and gentle nature he was familiar with. Tian Xian currently gave off a barbaric, ruthless, and almost inhuman feeling similar to that of a wild beast. No, even wild beasts would not be so vicious. He's more like an evil being, one that was born out of pure malice, an evil god. Dong Ye muttered, feeling unfathomable reverence toward Tian Xian's new appearance. Tian Xian's soldiers were perplexed once they saw Tian Xian's current appearance. They were unsure whether they should rush to his aid or hold back, considering his overwhelming aura of killing intent and the chaotic situation on the battlefield. Some hesitated, torn between their loyalty to Tian Xian and their fear of the dark energy emanating from him. I have a feeling that we'll also be killed if we interrupt him right now. Does he even need our help? It looks like he can deal with their entire army by himself. Just what in heaven's name happened to the city lord during his absence? His eyes even turned red. Was he bewitched by some kind of evil technique that would explain his behavior, sort of? This content is taken from Friebe en Nouvelle, Chapter 1431, Creation of the Shadow Army. Chapter 1431, Creation of the Shadow Army. 1431, Creation of the Shadow Army. The more Tian Xian's army watched him massacre the celestial army, the less they wanted to interfere. In the end, his soldiers could only stand in the distance like a group of stone statues and watch as piles of corpses quickly formed into mountains. An hour later, Tian Xian lowered his spear after killing every single soldier from the celestial army. Some of the soldiers tried to escape toward the end of the battle when they realized that he was unkillable. But Tian Xian chased after each and every single one with a profound movement technique that he never displayed before until today. As Tian Xian stood in a sea of blood and beside mountains of corpses, he held a dazed look on his face. He stared at the red sky with his blood soaking every inch of his body, looking like he'd just jumped into a bath filled with blood. Despite the carnage he wrought upon the Celestial Emperor's soldiers, Tian Xian found no satisfaction in his actions. His bloodlust remained unquenched, soaring skyward like a relentless tempest, leaving him feeling no better than before. His soldiers remained distant from him, fearing that he might attack them if they got too close. However, a fearless individual eventually approached him and kneeled before him in the sea of blood. "My lord, what are your commands?" Dong Ye asked. After a moment of silence, without looking away from the sky, Tian Xian muttered in a low voice, "I am stepping down from the position of city lord, as I have to leave for a long, long time. I don't know when I will be back, if I ever will. Dong Ye, I will leave the military and the city in your hands. But my lord, don't follow me." Before Dong Ye could even finish his sentence, Tianxian flew toward the red sky and disappeared into it. Dong Ye was left speechless. He wanted to chase after Tianxian, but he didn't dare to defy Tianxian's order. In the end, Dong Ye could only relay Tianxian's words to the other soldiers. The city lord left his position and won't return? What will happen to the city of Xi'an now? What about our military? Where did the commander go? Why did he suddenly abandon everything? Although these soldiers were filled with questions, they eventually understood the situation when they returned to the city and saw the scene at Tianxian's house, who left in a hurry and never got the chance to clean up the mess at his house. Dong Ye and the others were overwhelmed with sorrow and anger when they saw the gruesome scene inside Tianxian's house. Most of them were familiar with Xu Mei and treated her as though she was a goddess, so one could imagine the shock they received when they saw what had happened to her and her unborn child. Unable to leave Xu Mei in such a state, Dong Ye and the others gave her a proper burial and even held a mass funeral for her. Many hoped Tianxian would show up during the funeral, but alas, he was nowhere to be seen. After the funeral, Dong Ye and the rest of the army gathered to discuss their future. The commander is most likely fighting the Celestial Emperor and his army all by himself right now. He left everything behind because he didn't want us to be targeted as well. Damn it, how could we let such a thing happen to the City Lord and Fairy Shu after everything they've done for us? We are so fucking useless. Isn't there anything we can do for the City Lord? I refused to sit still after what happened. After hearing the soldier's complaint, Dong Ye stepped forward and spoke in a grim voice. I have a suggestion, he continued. I am going to assist the Lord in his revenge. As powerful as our Lord may be, he cannot deal with the Celestial Emperor by himself. If you want to come with me, raise your hand, otherwise you may leave, as this will likely result in our deaths. The very next moment, every soldier who had fought alongside Tianxian raised their hands, their faces filled with determination. Someone then spoke. But how can we assist him? We're all too weak. And the commander had specifically told us not to follow him. Dong Ye closed his eyes and pondered for several minutes before responding. Indeed, we are too weak to do anything to the Celestial Emperor right now. However, things will not remain this way forever. Moreover, there are several ways to assist the Lord without letting him know. That sounds good. I'm all for it. Then starting today, we'll move in the shadows and assist the Lord from a place he cannot see. We shall become the Shadow Army. Yeah, down with the Celestial Emperor and his lackeys, for the City Lord, for Fairy Sue, for their child. This moment marked the birth of the Shadow Army, Evil God's most fearsome and mysterious army that would play a massive role in helping Tianxian defeat the Celestial Emperor. Moreover, following Dong Ye and others' revelation of the dire circumstances to the rest of the city, the citizens rallied behind the cause, offering their unwavering support to the Shadow Army. The city of Xi'an, once the home of Tianxian, now served as the bedrock for the establishment of the Shadow Army. Together they forged a network to gather information and resources to support the fight against the Celestial Emperor, eventually becoming Divine Heaven's most formidable and largest information-gathering network. Since Tianxian left the city of Xi'an and started hunting down the Celestial Army throughout the Divine Heaven, the Celestial Emperor stopped paying about them, allowing the city to grow without much hindrance. While many have tried to claim the city of Xi'an for themselves after news of Tianxian's departure spread, the Shadow Army made sure to keep the place untouched for Tianxian's return. Despite the absence of Tianxian, the Shadow Army remained as a formidable force composed of veterans and prodigies who had been meticulously trained by him. United by a newfound purpose and vision, they continued to grow stronger with each passing day. Fueled by their unwavering determination and commitment to their cause, this chapter is updated by freebunovel.com, Chapter 1432, Heaven's Defiance. Chapter 1432, Heaven's Defiance, Watch Out, It's Tianxian, the Evil God. One of the Celestial Army's soldiers cried out loud in a terrified voice when he noticed Tianxian's figure approaching their formation from a distance, carrying with him enough killing intent to scare even ghosts. Fuck! Why'd he have to show up now of all times? We were beginning to push back those Heaven's Defiance bastards. Another soldier cursed out loud. There's no way we can deal with the evil god and heaven's defiance at the same time. We're screwed. The forces opposing the celestial emperor in the heavenly war of immortals and gods adopted the name Heaven's Defiance as a symbolic gesture, implying their defiance against the celestial emperor who claimed to represent heaven itself. As for the title Evil God, nobody seemed to know the origin of such a name, but it quickly spread throughout the divine heavens, becoming widely recognized and associated with Tian Xian, who was once known as the god of war. When Tian Xian arrived at the battlefield wielding a spear in one hand and a sword in the other, he immediately began slaughtering the celestial army like a madman. Oh shit, the evil god has appeared on our battlefield. We need to retreat before our own people get caught up in his bloodbath. Thank the Lord, if he hadn't shown up, we would have been in grave danger. Those from Heaven's Defiance, without hesitation, withdrew from the battle when they noticed Tian Xian's presence on the battlefield. After all, Heaven's Defiance had already attempted to fight alongside Tian Xian during their initial encounter. However, his relentless assault showed no regard for friend or foe, resulting in casualties among their own ranks. Despite suffering losses at Tian Xian's hands, Heaven's Defiance refrained from seeking retribution, and even tried to assist him on several other occasions. They recognized that targeting Tian Xian would be counterproductive. After all, he was cutting down the celestial army at a rapid rate by himself, and was their best hope of defeating the celestial emperor. While Tian Xian chased after the scattering celestial army, Heaven's Defiance worked on stopping the celestial army from escaping. Ha ha ha! Where do you think you're going, celestial emperor's dogs? You think you can run away now? Look at you pathetic bastards. What happened to your arrogance from a minute ago? You have been shaking in your boots since the evil god showed up. Those from Heaven's Defiance laughed and mocked the celestial army's soldiers for their cowardice as they prevented the celestial army's escape, allowing Tian Xian to slaughter them at a much faster pace. Eventually, Tian Xian erased the celestial army from existence. After taking care of the celestial army, he immediately left the scene to find the next battlefield with the celestial army's presence, completely ignoring those from Heaven's Defiance. As for Heaven's Defiance, they could only silently admire Tian Xian as they watched him leave. In their eyes, Tian Xian appeared out of thin air one day and started slaughtering everyone working for the celestial emperor, or had worked for him at one point. It didn't matter if they were the active celestial army or some small family that once worked with the celestial emperor 100 years ago. He hunted everyone affiliated with the celestial emperor without exception. Fuck. That fucking son of a bitch, Tian Xian, has been wreaking havoc throughout the divine heavens and slaughtering my people non-stop for the last 100 years. How is he still alive? Explain yourself, Supreme General. The celestial emperor roared with an enraged face, his gaze staring daggers at the Supreme General, who was soaked in cold sweat. The Supreme General, trembling in his boots, spoke in a nervous voice. Your Majesty, I truly don't know what is happening. Tian Xian was nowhere near this powerful when he was still a city lord at the city of Shen. His rapid growth and newfound power are far beyond what anyone could have anticipated. No matter what we throw at him, he somehow always manages to escape. Moreover, he never stays in one place. Even if we know he'll hunt down our allies, it's near impossible to predict his actions. Even though it's been 100 years since Tian Xian left the city of Xian to hunt down the celestial emperor and his allies, he has long attained a level of cultivation that typically requires geniuses hundreds if not thousands of years to achieve even marginal progress. So the way he's growing like he was still a spirit lord did not make any sense. Tian Xian's progress was simply unprecedented and unfathomable in the Supreme General's eyes. Bang! The celestial emperor suddenly smashed his jade table into tiny pieces and shouted, I didn't ask for excuses, Supreme General. I asked why that fucking bastard is still alive. If you cannot do your job properly, I will have you replaced immediately. The Supreme General was horrified by the celestial emperor's words and the looming threat of being replaced, and he quickly kowtowed on the cold floor. This useless subordinate was wrong. Please give me another chance to dispose of Tian Xian. This will be your first and last warning. Get out of my sight. The Celestial Emperor stomped his feet, causing the entire building to tremble. The Supreme General wasted no time and swiftly left the room, his mind consumed by the urgent task of hunting down Tian Xian. In just a mere century, Tian Xian had inflicted more damage upon their forces than Heaven's Defiance had managed to do in the past millennium, and he was working mostly alone. I refused to let my tens of thousands of years of hard work vanish because of a single individual. The Supreme General no longer held back and started sending his elite soldiers to hunt down Tian Xian. Unlike the ordinary soldiers of the Celestial Army that were at most golden immortals, these elite soldiers were all real immortals between the true immortal realm and God Ascension realm. The most up-to-date novaes are published on freywibnovl.com, Chapter 1433, Cat and Mouse. Chapter 1433, Cat and Mouse, with 100 elite soldiers at his command. The Supreme General wasted no time, setting off immediately on his mission to hunt down Tian Xian. Among these elite soldiers, 80 were at the true immortal realm, 15 at the first-level God Ascension realm, and the remaining 5 at the second-level God Ascension realm. At that time, the strongest cultivator was only at the 5th-level God Ascension realm, so one can imagine the immense prowess of this elite army compared to the ordinary soldiers, who were at most golden immortal level. As for Tian Xian, he was only a true immortal at this time, so it was overkill to send so many powerful experts after him. But the Supreme General couldn't care less and wanted to get rid of Tian Xian without giving him any chance of survival. However, even though the Supreme General had such a powerful army at his command, they still had to find Tian Xian first. Due to the immense size of their world, the divine heaven, it would take hundreds, if not thousands of years to travel around the world even with the help of flying treasure. Hence why Tian Xian hadn't been caught after 100 years of carnage, as he would immediately leave after killing his enemies. Moreover, Tian Xian was only a single individual, which made it even harder to track him down. The Supreme General could only show up to witness the aftermath of Tian Xian's carnage, then attempt to predict his next destination and hope to close their gap. But with battles between the Celestial Emperor's supporters and Heaven's Defiance occurring in hundreds of locations around the world, it was easier said than done. Whenever Tian Xian's sixth sense alerted him of imminent danger, he would immediately halt his killing spree and hide for several years to enter secluded cultivation, further increasing his strength and making it even more difficult for the Supreme General to catch him. This tricky cat-and-mouse game between Tian Xian and the Supreme General would last for another 300 years until Tian Xian broke through the true immortal realm and entered first-level God Ascension. Once Tian Xian entered the God Ascension realm, he became much bolder and started attacking the Celestial Emperor's forces even more frequently. Who are you? Why are you attacking our Gu family? Do you have any idea who you're messing with? We have the Celestial Emperor's backing. Ah, have mercy. Please, spare my children, M-Monster. You are not human, you monster. Tian Xian ignored their screaming and slaughtered all of them without any mercy, regardless of their age or gender. Once Tian Xian left the Gu family's household without leaving a single person alive, he lingered in the place for a moment to uproot the entire building. Something he hadn't bothered doing before. Fuck, what the fuck are they doing? The Celestial Emperor blew a massive hole in his room after receiving news of the Gu family's destruction. For the past 300 years, he had endured the relentless onslaught of news reporting the annihilation of his allies by Tian Xian, each report tearing away at the fabric of his power and influence. As for the Supreme General, he didn't dare to return to the Celestial Palace without Tian Xian's head in his grasp, so he has been absent for 300 years, and his absence left a conspicuous void within the ranks of the Celestial Army. Meanwhile, when Heaven's Defiance learned of his absence, they immediately became more aggressive and daring, further complicating the already challenging situation for the Celestial Army. After another 200 years of no results, the Celestial Emperor called back the Supreme General. "You are fucking fired, you useless piece of shit. I gave you 500 years to hunt down a single man, and what have you accomplished in 500 years? Absolutely nothing." The Celestial Emperor slapped the Supreme General so hard he fell on the ground. However, The Celestial Emperor didn't stop there and started kicking and stomping on the Supreme General while he was still down. Even though the Supreme General was an immortal, he didn't dare to retaliate against the Celestial Emperor and accepted the beating without uttering a single sound. This useless subordinate has failed, Your Majesty. The Celestial Emperor. I don't deserve my position. The Supreme General immediately got on his knees after the Celestial Emperor stopped beating him. Scram! The Celestial Emperor shouted at him. Excuse me? The Supreme General immediately left. After leaving the Celestial Palace and going somewhere far away, the Supreme General unleashed all of his built-up anger on a random city, killing thousands of innocent mortals. Tien, this is all your fault. I, Mo Ru, swear to hunt you down until my last breath. After destroying an innocent city, Mo Ru resumed his hunt for Tianxian alone, hoping to regain the Celestial Emperor's trust and his position as the Supreme General with Tianxian's head. 1,000 years later, Mo Ru finally encountered Tianxian. However, it wasn't because Mo Ru had successfully hunted down Tianxian. In fact, it was the other way around, with Tianxian hunting down Mo Ru. I have finally found you, evil god. Mo Ru's entire being trembled from excitement after seeing Tianxian. Because of you, I was removed from my position as Supreme General. Because of you, the Celestial Emperor tossed me aside. You will regret ever challenging the Celestial Emperor today. Tianxian remained silent. Suddenly, as though a tempest of rage had been unleashed, a titanic wave of bloodlust surged forth from Tianxian's body, enveloping the heavens and the earth in its oppressive aura, spanning a vast expanse of 100 miles in every direction, and as if in response to his immense emotions, the very fabric of the heavens seemed to tremble, unleashing torrents of red and black lightning that crackled and danced ominously in the skies above. In a voice that seemed to chill the very air around him, Tianxian muttered with a tone that could freeze the blood in one's veins and even raise the dead. His eyes ablaze with a profound and unsettling glow, like smoldering embers in the darkness. I have been waiting for this day for over 1,000 years. This content is taken from FreeWebNov Lel. Com Chapter 1434, Confronting the Supreme General. 1434, Confronting the Supreme General. I have been waiting for this day for over 1,000 years. Tianxian could only control his anger for a few seconds after encountering Mo Ru, barely enough time to utter these words. After Xu Mei's death, Tianxian spent 200 years venting his anger on the Celestial Army and the Celestial Emperor's allies. Once his anger was slightly relieved, enough for him to think clearly, he spent another 100 years trying to find the culprit who killed Xu Mei. Unfortunately, he had slaughtered all of the soldiers Mo Ru had sent to distract him, so there was nobody left alive besides the Celestial Emperor who could identify Mo Ru as the killer. Yet the Shadow Army, whose power and influence had been growing over the course of 3 centuries, somehow unearthed the truth that the Supreme General, Mo Ru, bore responsibility for the death of Xu Mei. When Dong Ye learned of this information, he immediately sought out Tianxian to relay this information. Of course, since Tianxian was always on the move and sometimes hiding in seclusion, it took some time even for the Shadow Army to find him. In fact, if the Shadow Army had been even slightly less competent, they would have suffered the same fate as Mo Ru and the Celestial Army. One could even say that without Dong Yi, who had spent hundreds of years by Tianxia's side as his right-hand man, they would have never found Tianxian. When Dong Yi found Tianxian and revealed the information about Xu Mei's killer to him, Tianxian's somewhat subdued anger spewed out like a volcano during an eruption after decades of slumber. However, Tianxian was still too weak at that time to defeat Mo Ru, so he focused on training and improving his cultivation. He slaughtered the Celestial Emperor's allies as training and plundered their wealth, using it to further increase his own prowess. This went on for hundreds of years until Tianxian was confident that he could defeat Toy with Mo Ru. The first thing Tianxian did was seek out Dong Ye for the Shadow Army's assistance, helping him find Mo Ru. You took the words right out of my mouth, evil god. Do you have any idea how much I have suffered because of you? I was made a fool in front of those around me, and even the celestial emperor tossed me aside. How dare you make me suffer such humiliation?" Mo Ru shouted like a crazy old man as he pointed at Tian Xian with 2 fingers. "Suffer? You call that bullshit suffering?" Tian Xian muttered in a cold voice, his gaze sharp enough to pierce even steel. He pointed his sword at Mo Gu and continued, "For killing my wife, I shall teach you the true meaning of suffering." "Ha ha ha! You mean that pregnant bitch. You should have heard the way she screamed when I sliced open her stomach and showed her the baby. I have never heard anything as thrilling." Mo Ru laughed like a madman. Hearing such words, Tian Xian released a beastly roar that sounded like a dragon. His body began emitting a golden glow until it engulfed his entire body like flames. Mo Ru immediately stopped laughing, even choking on his own saliva after seeing the tremendous change in the atmosphere. Tian Xian waved his black and red sword viciously, instantly splitting the heaven and earth before him in half. Seeing this, not even Mo Ru, who was at 3rd level God Ascension, dared to confront such a powerful attack head-on, so he quickly dodged it. "Where the fuck is this bastard pulling out so much power from?" Mo Ru cried inwardly when he sensed the violent and overwhelming spiritual energy contained within Tian Xian's normal sword swing without any techniques. Tian Xian was only at the 2nd level God Ascension, yet he displayed prowess that surpassed even the strongest cultivator in the world, who was at 5th level God Ascension, the Celestial Emperor himself. Moreover, the golden aura that covered Tian Xian's body made every single cell within Mo Ru scream in terror, almost as though they instinctively knew how dangerous it was. After unleashing his first strike, Tian Xian immediately swung his sword again before even confirming that his first one had struck or missed Mo Ru, as if he already knew. Mo Ru hastily dodged the incoming attacks and started retaliating, throwing powerful martial techniques that could easily erase tens of thousands of miles of divine heaven if it landed. However, Tian Xian used his black sword to effortlessly cut down any technique that was thrown in his direction.
What? How is he cutting my immortal chi like it's ordinary spiritual energy?"
Mo Ru felt his world turning upside down after witnessing something incomprehensible. "I refuse to believe you'll also cut down my celestial chi." Mo Ru shouted before exuding a divine and godly presence. When the animals, spiritual beasts, and even insects within a 100,000-mile radius sensed Mo Ru's celestial chi, they all instinctively lowered their bodies and bowed toward his direction. After attaining immortality, cultivators gain mastery over immortal chi, a force that can overpower any non-immortal. However, upon reaching the God Ascension realm, they ascend to a level where they can sense and wield celestial chi, a power that eclipses even immortal chi. Tian Xian released a disdainful snort as he countered Mo Ru's celestial chi with his own. The clash between their energies resulted in a colossal crater spanning 20,000 miles around them. Naturally, everything within the crater had been completely erased from existence. The potency of celestial chi was such that even a true immortal would perish if struck by it. However, due to the immense energy required to wield celestial chi, it could only be utilized sparingly. After just using celestial chi once, Mo Ru was already soaked in sweat and panting heavily, something that typically never happens to those who reach the God Ascension realm. Yet Tian Xian remained unfazed, his breathing calm and steady. Mo Ru's countenance darkened as he realized the vast disparity between their prowess, prompting him to contemplate possible avenues of escape from his dire predicament. Tian Xian, who had been on the battlefield for most of his life, acquired the ability to tell when his enemy had given up and wanted to escape at a glance, so he could read Mo Ru like an open book at this moment. "Ha ha ha ha!" Tian Xian suddenly started laughing in an eerie manner, his voice sending chills down Mo Ru's entire being. "We've barely just fought and you're already thinking about escaping. I understand why the Celestial Emperor sent someone like you to assassinate a helpless mother now. Turns out you're one cowardly son of a bitch." Mo Ru's face flushed red with anger after hearing Tian Xian's insult, yet he didn't utter anything back, merely staring daggers at him. Tian Xian suddenly stopped laughing and continued with a truly grim expression on his face. Let's see if you'll still dare to leave after seeing this. Dong Yi, he shouted. Dong Yi appeared next to Tian Xian the very next moment, but he was not alone, as he had a woman within his grasp, her presence clearly against her will. When Mo Ru saw the face of this woman being held captive by Dong Ye, his face twisted in shock and anger, almost as if he had eaten a group of live flies by accident. New novel chapters are published on Free WebNov, Left Lek Com Chapter 1435, Unhinged, 18+. Reader's discretion is advised. Mature content ahead. You can escape if you want, but you'll have to leave behind this helpless woman, Tian Xian spoke in a nonchalant voice as he calmly gazed at Mo Ru, who was trembling so violently one might mistake it as an ongoing seizure. Evil God, you son of a bitch, I swear to God if you hurt even a single hair on her body, I will, Mo Ru roared at the top of his lungs, causing the entire world to shudder. However, he was quickly interrupted by Tian Xian, who reached for the silky hair on the woman's head with his hand, grabbing a handful of it before viciously ripping it directly out of her scalp, tearing away a chunk of skin on her head and causing it to gush with blood.
Ah! The beautiful woman in Dong Ye's grasp screamed in pain and squirmed like a fish out of water. Dong Mei!
Mo Ru cried out loud as he subconsciously flew at her, but he was quickly stopped by Dong Ye, who casually pressed his sword on the woman's throat, threatening to cut it if Mo Ru got any closer. Seeing this, Mo Ru could only halt his movements and hover in the air with a helpless look on his face, not daring to move a single muscle in fear for the woman's life. How? Why is Dong Mei in their hands? She should be protected by... Mo Ru suddenly recalled that he had been removed from the position of Supreme General, so it was only natural for the Celestial Emperor to stop all support for him and his family. A moment later, Tian Xian moved closer to Mo Dongmei, who was shaking non-stop with tears constantly flowing down her face. Despite being a powerful golden immortal cultivator, she was akin to a mortal before Dong Ye, who was a true immortal. "Please let me go. I will do anything you want," she pleaded. Tian Xian lifted his hand and gently caressed her soft cheeks, causing her to shake even more violently. "Don't you dare touch her with your filthy hands, evil god!" Mo Ru released an enraged shout, but he didn't move a muscle. Tian Xian halted his movement and shifted his gaze from the terrified woman to Mo Ru. "How long have you known each other?" he suddenly asked. "Why the hell are you asking such a question?" Mo Dongmei started screaming again when Tian Xian suddenly swung his sword, slicing off a piece of her face that he'd just caressed, creating a hole in her right cheek. Dongmei, Mo Ru clenched his fists to resist the urge to pounce on Tian Xian, squeezing so hard it bled. "How long have you known each other?" Tian Xian calmly repeated the same words he just uttered without the slightest change to his expression, clearly unfazed by his actions. "Oh, 180,000 years. We have known each other for 180,000 years, Mo Ru could only respond to his question, fearing what refusing might do. 180,000 years, huh? I wonder how it would feel to lose someone you've loved for so long. I suffered unfathomable pain when I lost my wife, and we haven't known each other for even a small fraction of your time together, so I cannot imagine. Would you be kind enough to share your experience with me later?" Supreme General, Tian Xian asked as he stared into Mo Ru's eyes. "Don't you dare, evil god! Please, I will do anything you want. Just spare her." Mo Ru's will to fight had completely dissipated, leaving behind only a profound sense of despair and powerlessness, emotions he had never before experienced in such intensity. Yet Tian Xian remained unhinged, and as if to reflect his existence, the golden aura slowly turned black and red. "You will do anything I want, then? I'd like you to bring my wife, Xu Mei, and our child back from the dead," Tian Xian requested. That's impossible. Not even the Celestial Emperor can bring back the dead," Mo Ru exclaimed. "Ah!" In response to Mo Ru's response, Tian Xian grabbed two of Dongmei's fingers and yanked them, tearing them right off her left hand, bones and all. "You claimed you'd do anything, but you immediately proved to be a liar." Tian Xian sighed, shaking his head in a dejected manner. "This unhinged son of a bitch! He'll definitely kill her at this rate. Mo Ru gritted his teeth. Tian Xian suddenly narrowed his gaze and yanked 3 more fingers off Dong Mei. "What was that for?" Mo Ru exclaimed. "I didn't like the way you were looking at me just now," he calmly responded. "What?" Mo Ru was speechless. However, despite her seemingly fatal injuries, Mo Dongmei was far from death's grasp, thanks to her high cultivation, which continuously regenerated her body. Tian Xian stopped paying attention to Mo Ru and turned to look at Mo Dongmei, who immediately looked down when she sensed his gaze on her. "Hey, woman, look at me," Tian Xian called out to her, but she continued staring at the ground. Seeing this, Tian Xian grabbed her by the chin and forced her to stare at his face. Then, with his other hand, he gouged her eyes right out of their sockets. "Ah, my eyes!" Mo Dongmei shrieked like a ghost. Tian Xian ignored the screaming right beside his ear and looked at the 2 eyeballs in his bloodied grasp, muttering, "If you're not going to use them, I might as well take them from you. Evil God! What do you want from us?" Mo Ru could no longer endure it and roared. "If you're going to torture someone, torture me instead. I was the one who killed your wife, not Dong Mei. She has nothing to do with this." Tian Xian shifted his gaze back to Mo Ru and surprisingly chuckled. "Nothing to do with this?" "My wife, Xu Mei, also had nothing to do with my fight with the Celestial Emperor. Yet you targeted her just because she was my wife, creating a weird sound. As for torturing you, don't worry, you'll definitely get your turn later." After saying such words, he returned to looking at Mo Dongmei, who was still screaming hysterically, almost as if she'd gone insane. The most up-to-date e-novels are published on Freya Bebnovel, K1 Chapter 1336, An Eye for an Eye, 18+. Reader's discretion is advised. Mature content ahead. Your husband killed my wife, so I will kill you in return. An eye for an eye, do you blame me? Tian Xian suddenly asked Mo Dongmei, who lost control over her body, causing it to release its impurities in the form of piss and poop. "Ugh, how dirty. You nearly dirtied my clothes, too." Dong Yi shook his head in an awfully calm manner despite what they were doing to this helpless woman. "Evil God, stop. I will help you fight the Celestial Emperor if you spare her. You can even kill me afterward if you want." Mo Ru suddenly shouted, "The Celestial Emperor? As if I need your help to get rid of him?" Tian Xian sneered. "Then what the fuck do you want from me?" Mo Ru cried out loud, "I thought I'd already made it crystal clear at the very beginning that I am going to let you experience true suffering." Tian Xian muttered in a grim voice. He then moved his arm, using his sword to perfectly skin Mo Dongmei like one would skin an animal's hide. Seeing this, Mo Ru could no longer endure it and pounced forth. If they were going to kill Mo Dongmei regardless if he attacked them or not, he might as well take his chances. However, all it took for Tian Xian to stop Mo Ru was a single blast of celestial ki. When he was struck by the celestial ki, Mo Ru was sent hurtling into the crater, landing at the very bottom. Now, let us continue. Tian Xian immediately returned to torturing Mo Dongmei as Mo Ru lay at the bottom of the crater with a broken body, unable to lift even a finger. His cultivation allowed him to witness every moment of Tian Xian torturing his wife as if he were right in front of them. After skinning Mo Dongmei like an animal, Tian Xian proceeded to butcher her like a cow, removing chunk after chunk of her flesh until only her skeleton remained. However, surprisingly, Mo Dongmei remained alive despite missing most of her body and even her heart. Once a cultivator achieves golden immortal, they gain the ability to survive even if their entire body and heart are crushed as long as their soul remains unharmed. Mo Dongmei could have separated her soul from her body and escaped that way. But Dong Yi had sealed her soul within her body, making it impossible for her to escape. Sometime later, Tian Xian crushed Mo Dongmei's skeleton until it was fine powder and mixed it with her butchered flesh, before forcefully feeding it to Mo Ru, who had been silently recovering his body as he watched everything. As for Mo Dongmei's soul, Tian Xian shattered it with his celestial qi right before Mo Ru, killing her without giving her a chance at reincarnation. You monster? You are not human. You are the incarnation of evil itself. Mo Ru brawled his eyes out as he was forced to savor the flavor of his beloved wife, literally. Perhaps that may be true, but it was you who brought out the evil within me, Tian Xian said in a low voice. Some time later, Go-Ru shouted, "Well, what are you waiting for? Are you going to kill me now? Or what?" Tian Xian didn't respond and silently stared at him while surrounded by an ominous aura. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a chilling voice. "Do you seriously think it would be over so quickly?" What do you mean?" Mo Ru muttered in a dazed voice. What Tian Xian said the following moment left Mo Ru absolutely speechless and horrified. "In case you forgot, it wasn't just my wife who died at your hands." "My child or daughter was also slaughtered by you," Tian Xian reminded him of his crimes. You don't mean Mo Ru didn't even dare to completely decipher the meaning behind Tian Xian's ominous words, leaving his mind blank. Dong Ye. Tian Xian called for him. "Yes, my liege." Dong Ye bowed to him before disappearing for a moment. After a few seconds of eerie silence, Dong Ye returned to Tian Xian's side with another individual within his grasp. This figure was much smaller than Mo Dong Mei, and he was also much weaker, being only a divine warrior. Father? Is that you? Please help me. These bastards captured Mother and everybody in our family." The young man immediately started shouting when he saw his father's face, even feeling relieved. No, 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 no. Mo Ru had a look on his face so twisted and horrifying that it could scare even ghosts to death. Ples. Evil Tian Xian, anything but this. Anything but my children. Mo Ru pleaded in a desperate voice. However, Tian Xian ignored Mo Ru and used his sword to cripple the young man's cultivation. He then turned to look at Dong Ye and spoke, "Bring the rest here, as you command, my liege." Dong Ye left for a few moments again before returning with another individual. He repeated this until over a dozen individuals knelt before Tian Xian, their cultivations crippled. "Why? I only killed one of your children," Mo Ru asked with blood flowing down his eyes, nostrils, and lips. "You didn't just kill one of my children. You killed my one and only child and my wife, so you killed all of my children, including the ones we would have had in the future." As Tian Xian spoke, he removed the limbs of his first victim, replicating the injuries Xu Mei had suffered. He repeated the same actions on the second victim, then the third, until he reached his seventh victim, who was a young woman with a somewhat round stomach. This must be fate. You'll get to see your grandchild before they are even born. Without hesitation, Tian Xian split the woman's stomach in half, revealing the baby inside to Mo Ru, who could only lay there and stare at the gruesome scene with a blank expression on his face. Then, without stopping, Tian Xian continued to torture the rest of Mo Ru's children. Chilling screams that could freeze even hell itself filled the crater for many minutes, until it suddenly became dead silent. After a long moment of silence, a blood-curdling and inhuman scream that sounded worse than a pig being slaughtered echoed throughout the crater. "Tilian, 12 yen!" The most up-to-date novellas are published on Free Ebnov L. Chapter 1337, Evil God's Atrocities. Marna, 1437, Evil God's Atrocities. After Tian Xian finished slaughtering Mo Ru's entire family before his very eyes, Tian Xian took a seat on top of the pile of corpses and calmly gazed at Mo Ru, who had an inhuman expression on his face. The heavens, they will not forgive you for your heinous crimes today," Mo Ru cried as he stared back at Tian Xian. If glares could kill people, Mo Ru's stares had the potential to slay even gods. "Perhaps, but I do not seek forgiveness for my actions today. I only ask for understanding." Tian Xian muttered as he lifted his gaze to stare at the red sky that seemed to be growing darker with every moment. He then looked at his bloodied hands and sighed. "Even after all this, my anger is not fully satiated. Maybe it will never be satisfied, not even after I slay the Celestial Emperor." He returned to looking at Mo Ru and continued, "All you had to do was leave my wife alone, but alas, even if I had refused to do the Celestial Emperor's deed, he would have simply found somebody else to kill her. You should have never offended the Celestial Emperor. This is all your fault," Mo Ru roared. "Indeed, I am partially at fault for Xu Mei's death, but not because I offended the Celestial Emperor." Tianxian sighed with a self-loathing expression. "I promised to protect her with my life, but I was too weak to even do that, so she perished. I have no excuses." He suddenly stood up and pointed his sword at Mo Ru and continued, "I don't care how long it'll take. I will find her again after her reincarnation. Even if she doesn't remember me, I will protect her properly this time." "Reincarnation? Ha! You've truly gone insane," Mo Ru sneered. Tianxian narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Don't worry, you won't even get the chance to experience reincarnation." His sword suddenly gushed with immense enhanced sword aura, decapitating Mo Ru. However, since Mo Ru was essentially a god, he would survive even if his entire body was crushed. Tianxian naturally knew of this, so he immediately captured Mo Ru's soul and sealed it within the black sword in his grasp. Upon reaching god ascension, a cultivator's soul undergoes a profound change, making it challenging for even another god ascension cultivator to destroy it. I don't have the strength to shatter your soul right now, so I will keep you in here until I do." Tianxian tossed the black sword into his storage ring and silently stood there. Meanwhile, the sky above Tianxian had become so dark it looked as though it had been burned black. My liege Dong Ye appeared beside him with a worried face. "Go." Tianxian responded with a single word, "Yes." Dong Ye immediately disappeared from the scene. Once he was alone, Tianxian glanced at the cruelty he'd done and suddenly fell to his knees. "Erg." He proceeded to vomit violently, even crying rivers of tears as he emptied his stomach. His sweat-soaked body trembled non-stop, sending chills throughout his entire being. "Ah!" He released a beastly cry a few moments later. Tianxian, who had spent decades in resolve, and had not felt anything during the process, was suddenly overwhelmed by an immense wave of guilt and disgust over what he had done to Mo Ru's family. "She definitely wouldn't have approved of my methods, even hate me for what I've done," he muttered in a low voice. "Unfortunately, this is the only way for me to remain somewhat sane, the only reason for me to remain in his shitty world without you." Tianxian stood up a moment later and lifted his head to stare at the massive black clouds rumbling above him. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get this over with." In response to Tianxian's words, the black clouds suddenly unleashed unfathomably powerful lightning strikes upon him. Hundreds of thick lightning strikes, each powerful enough to cause the world to tremble, smitten Tianxian's small figure, as if the heavens wanted to erase his existence. Yet these lightning strikes were unable to penetrate Tianxian's body, shielded by a black aura, let alone harm him. The heavenly tribulation lasted for several days without any pauses. Once the black clouds dissipated from the sky, Tianxian emerged from the burned crater without a single injury on his body. However, he was no longer alone, as tens of thousands of powerful immortals surrounded him in every direction. "Evil God, you will pay for the atrocities you have committed today." Tianxian swept the crowd with a cold yet calm gaze after identifying them as the Celestial Army. The suppressed bloodlust within Tianxian began oozing out once again. "Even if I have to fight against the entire world, even if I have to split heaven and earth in half, I will destroy anything and anyone that dares to block my path to the Celestial Emperor." Tianxian continued his relentless campaign to slaughter the Celestial Emperor, leaving a trail of bloodshed and death across the divine heaven, with mountains of corpses marking his path. "Brother Yuan, are you okay?" Xiaohua's worried voice suddenly resounded. Yuan slowly opened his eyes and found himself kneeling on the ground with tears flowing down both sides of his face. "Huh? What happened to me?" he muttered in a dazed voice, unaware that Tianxian's memories had overwhelmed his consciousness. When he regained his clarity, Yuan recalled Tianxian's memories and the atrocities he'd committed again, causing him to vomit violently. "Brother Yuan!" Xiaohua called out to him again. He hurriedly raised his hand and said, I am fine. I just remembered something unpleasant, that's all. Once he'd calmed down, Yuan stood up and left the basement, returning to the house. Before he left, Yuan took the time to clean the entire building, removing all dust and dirt, fixing the broken door, and even cleansing the bloodstains in Xu Mei's room. Visit Freeweb Ovel. For the best novel reading experience, Chapter 1438, Unique Quest. Manrot, Chapter 1438, Unique Quest. 1438, Unique Quest. After cleaning up the building to the best of his abilities, Yuan left the place and returned to the dark and ominous world outside. He turned to look at invincible heaven for a moment and said, The city of Xi'an has been split into many pieces, but we can use it to determine our location within the Shadow Realm. The invincible heaven was built in the city's center, but it was pushed further east when we expanded the city, so we're near the eastern side of the Shadow Realm. Yuan closed his eyes and recalled the first city he encountered when he entered the Shadow Realm before. That part of the city was toward the western gate, so we'll have to travel west if we want to have a higher chance of encountering those two God Ascension Realm souls. Now that he had a sense of direction, Yuan no longer hesitated and started flying toward the west. As he reached the end of the city and neared the banished souls, Yuan heard a familiar noise and shifted his gaze to look at the notification. You have unsealed evil gods' celestial shackles. Yuan suddenly felt his body getting lighter, as if an invisible boulder had been lifted from his shoulders. Celestial shackles? What is that? Yuan raised an eyebrow at this notification, as he'd never seen anything like this before. However, it implied that he had been restricted by something which had been unsealed when he fully regained the evil god's memories. With that said, while he's fully regained Tian Xian's memories, he has yet to fully regain Tian Yang's memories, even though Tian Xian already did. As Yuan pondered about the implications of this unsealing, more notifications appeared. You have met the criteria to learn Immortal Qi. Your understanding of Immortal Qi has significantly increased. You have met the criteria to learn Celestial Qi. Your understanding of Celestial Qi has slightly increased. You have met the criteria to learn Heaven's supremacy. You have received a unique quest. Quest, difficulty, impossible quest description. Complete the following trials to acquire the approval of Heaven's supremacy. Defeat a cultivator who is at least 9 realms above you without using Heaven's supremacy. 3. Break your mortal shackles and become a true immortal. 4. Defeat 100 million enemies. 5. Attain an unbreakable will. Yuan's eyes widened with shock upon seeing the requirements for the trials. Even a top cultivation genius, seen only once every 1,000 years, would have trouble defeating an opponent who is an entire realm stronger, yet he had to defeat someone 9 entire realms stronger than himself. The second trial that required him to defeat a magical beast 9 realms above his own was even more difficult, as magical beasts are naturally stronger than human cultivators. As for the third and most time-consuming trial, he had to evolve his physique before he could even break through Spirit King, and even if his cultivation resumed its progress, it could take decades for him to reach true immortal. The fourth trial simply required him to defeat opponents, but the number needed was massive, to say the least. The fifth and last trial was too vague to gauge its difficulty. Heavens. Do I have to fulfill all of these ridiculous requirements before I can use Heaven's supremacy? He cried inwardly. While Heaven's supremacy was undeniably an incredibly powerful, even unrivaled technique, the prerequisites to employ it were simply staggering. How did I even manage to use Heaven's supremacy before I fulfilled these requirements anyway? Did it deliberately give me a brief taste of its peerless prowess just to mess with me like this? He sighed. However, while these trials may seem outrageous at first glance, perhaps even impossible in the eyes of most if not everyone besides Yuan, he did not immediately give up, and only found it difficult even with his advantages. After regaining the evil god's memories, Yuan's soul and demeanor underwent a profound transformation, yet even with his vast and unfathomable experience, Yuan desperately clenched onto his own personality and character. Naturally, since he'd only lived for barely 2 decades in comparison to Tianxian, who had tens of thousands of years of experience, not to mention Tianyang and the other incarnations, Yuan's own experience was insignificant, akin to that of a single grain of sand in a vast desert. This made it incredibly difficult, if not outright impossible, for Yuan to remain unchanged, but he still managed to hold on to his core values and identity. As Yuan stood at the edge of the city, he silently gazed toward the direction of his destination with an ominous feeling in his guts. If I flew toward the western region directly, I would have to pass the central region where some of the most dangerous and powerful banished souls exist. The Shadow Realm existed even before the evil god's birth, and Tianxian himself had traversed the world several times during his life. However, while there were not as many banished souls as in the current era, most of the expert souls resided near the center of the Shadow Realm, as it contained more spiritual energy, allowing them to preserve their souls and sanity a little better. Moreover, since there was only so much space in the central region, the weaker souls were forced to live elsewhere where their souls deteriorated much quicker. In my current state, I'd be simply marching toward my grave if I approached the central region, so I need to circle around it. Since he was closer to the northern region than the southern region, Yuan eventually approached the northern region of the Shadow Realm. When Yuan entered the banished soul's territory, despite not exuding his soul strength, none of the souls there approached him, almost as though they were afraid of him. Yuan observed this change and wondered if it had anything to do with his strengthened soul, which was naturally exuding the aura of an ancient expert that could only be detected by the banished souls. However, he didn't complain and soared toward the next city with extreme speed. This chapter is Update by Free. Webnov Aleph Lay. Com Chapter 1439, A Familiar Notification. Chapter 1439, A Familiar Notification. 1439, A Familiar Notification. Somewhere in the primordial realm, a dignified middle-aged man of imposing presence sat poised upon the surface of a large pond while emanating an ancient aura, seemingly asleep. Suddenly, a ripple appeared on the tranquil surface of the pond, followed by a calm yet excited voice. "Father, the blood jade has finally activated." The middle-aged man's eyes, which had remained closed for countless years, abruptly snapped open, revealing his beautiful yet ominous red eyes. He stood up without creating another ripple on the pond and turned to look at the tall figure standing at the edge of the pond. Prepare for his arrival, he spoke in a nonchalant tone. The tall figure, a beautiful woman with long black hair and similar crimson eyes, nodded before disappearing into thin air. Once he was alone again, the middle-aged man lifted his head to gaze at the dark sky and smiled. "At last you have returned to us?" A few more moments later, the middle-aged man also disappeared into thin air. Some time later, several tens of thousands of miles away, a man wore a fearful expression on his face after he realized the middle-aged man had left the pond. The Asura clan is on the move again?" "What? The Asura clan? They've been silent for so many years now, though." "Warn everybody, if we disturb them even slightly, there'll be another bloodbath within the primordial realm." Rumors of the Asura clan's sudden activity spread swiftly across the primordial realm, igniting speculation and intrigue like wildfire. Moreover, even though it was only a rumor, nobody questioned its legitimacy or dared to confirm it. The Asura clan? Fuck. Why does it have to happen when the next selection is about to begin? What if they're planning on participating this year? Ha ha ha. Even if they want to participate, I doubt the heavens would allow them to. Whatever. It doesn't matter what they're trying to do. I'm going into seclusion until the selection begins. Regardless of their status or cultivation, most exiles within the primordial realm entered seclusion shortly after the rumors spread, turning the usually rowdy and chaotic place eerily quiet and peaceful. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Realm, Yuan silently pondered about Tianxian's memories, mostly his connection with the Asura clan, where Xiao Hua claimed to originate from. His first encounter with the Asura clan was anything but friendly. In fact, they faced each other as adversaries since the Asura clan aligned with the Celestial Emperor's forces. Yet this didn't imply an alliance, as many were coerced into supporting the Celestial Emperor under threat of resource restriction, if not straight annihilation. The Asura clan was a powerful but small family that has existed since Tian Yang's time, but didn't start gaining influence until much later. Their family consisted of less than 100 members. Despite that, they were known as one of the most powerful backgrounds in the divine heaven, surpassing even the 9 immortal clans. Just like Tian Shen, the Celestial Emperor coveted their talents and approached them. Unfortunately for the Asura clan, they were approached way before the Heavenly War of Immortals, and gods even began, so they had to bear the full pressure of the Celestial Emperor's prowess. As powerful as the Asura clan may be, they could not defy the Celestial Emperor and his massive forces, so they ended up surrendering before joining his forces. While their encounter with the Celestial Emperor was unfortunate, the same could not be said about their encounter with Tian Xian. Since they encountered Tian Xian long after he'd dealt with Mo Ru and regained his composure, they were not immediately annihilated without any chance of survival. Tian Xian, after gaining enough strength and shattering Mo Ru's soul, started working together with Heaven's defiance and recruited those who were forced to submit to the Celestial Emperor into their own forces. The Asura clan was one of these people he'd released from the Celestial Emperor's shackles. Upon regaining their freedom, the Asura clan swore their loyalty to Tian Shan and started their own campaign against the Celestial Emperor, slaughtering everyone who willingly worked with him. The pent-up bloodlust of the Asura clan, amassed over thousands of years, erupted like a volcanic explosion, shocking the entire divine heaven and leaving everyone terrified of their presence, their allies included. Xiao Hua, what's the Asura clan planning? Why did they seal that little princess within Xiao Hua? Yuan pondered inwardly. Since most of Tian Xian's memories were related to fighting and hunting down the Celestial Emperor's forces, there wasn't much information on other matters. However, Yuan instinctively knew that he had to meet the Asura clan soon. I could either patiently collect the ancient seals and secretly enter the primordial realm or forcefully open it, regardless of my decision. It will cause a commotion within the 9 heavens and alert the current Celestial Emperor of my presence. Due to Tian Xian's memories, Yuan no longer had to rely on the ancient seals to enter the primordial realm. However, such methods would essentially announce his presence to the entire world. In the end, Yuan stopped worrying about something that might not happen for a while and focused on his current problem, Earth's calamity. After traveling for almost 2 weeks straight, Yuan finally arrived at his destination, returning to the city he'd explored during his first visit to the Shadow Realm. The first thing he did when he entered the city was approach the giant dragon statue. As Yuan hovered before the dragon statue, he activated Dragon's Gaze to see if he could activate the statue again. However, there was no response. Sometime later, he scanned the city with Dragon's Gaze, and sure enough, he could still see some buildings glowing, indicating that there was a Great One's trial there. After pondering for a moment, he flew toward the building that had the brightest glow and entered it. Inside the building was a small dragon statue. Shortly after he entered the building, a familiar notification appeared before Yuan. The Great One's trial has begun. New novel chapters are published on freewhipnovel.com, Chapter 1440. The Great One's Proposal, Chapter 1440, The Great One's Proposal. 1440, The Great One's Proposal. 1440, The Great One's Proposal, The Great One's Trial has begun. You have a new challenge. Restrict the enemy's movements for as long as possible. Difficulty has been adjusted based on your talents. Error. 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 The challenger's talents could not be evaluated. Difficulty has been set to the maximum. Yuan suddenly found himself standing in the middle of a long bridge while surrounded by golden clouds, and a familiar-looking entity with red skin and a bloodthirsty aura stood on the other side of the bridge. A demon, huh? In the presence of a demon, most would quiver with fear, but Yuan calmly gazed at it like it was akin to an ant in his eyes. This demon had the cultivation of spirit enlightenment, but in terms of prowess, it would rival even a divine warrior. Prevent the demon from crossing the red line for as long as possible. Yuan shifted his head and gazed to look behind him at the red line drawn on the bridge. The trial will begin in 1 minute, 0:59, 0:58, 0:57, a whole minute to prepare. How generous. Yuan mumbled as he took a seat right behind the red line. Once the timer reached 0, the demon started walking toward the red line in small and slow steps. Yet, Yuan didn't do anything and calmly watched as the demon slowly approached him. Seeing this, the demon bore a perplexed expression, baffled by Yuan's lack of resistance or opposition, almost as though he had no intention of stopping it. It took almost 90 seconds, but the demon finally stood before the red line. As the demon raised its leg to take the final step, Yuan calmly muttered, "Swords of eternal torment." The demon suddenly found itself unable to control even a single muscle within its body, much less finish the final step, almost as though its figure was completely frozen in time. 1:31, 10:31, 59:31, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, yet the demon remained frozen with its leg halfway in the air. 4 hours, 10 hours, 50 hours. Once the timer reached 72 hours, the demon suddenly shattered into countless fragments like glass, followed by a notification. You have completed the Great One's trial. Total time, 259,900 seconds. Congratulations. You have set a new record. Since you have already reached the limit of trials you may complete, you will not receive any rewards. Yuan already knew that he wouldn't receive any reward for completing the Great One's trial, but he still wanted to see if there would be any difference. It was a lot easier than I'd anticipated, Yuan muttered to himself as he left the scene. However, as he reached the exit, he sensed a profound gaze staring at him. He immediately turned around. "You are?" Yuan was slightly surprised by the sudden appearance of an eye that hovered at the corner of the room. "Oh, you can see me," the eye spoke in a slightly surprised tone. "You must be the Great One." Yuan quickly identified the identity of this golden eye. The Great One narrowed his eyes slightly and remained silent for a few moments. "It hasn't been that long since our last encounter, yet your progress has been monstrous, for lack of a better term," the Great One remarked. The Great One had already recognized Yuan's potential from their first meeting, but he never could have imagined that he had underestimated Yuan's talent to such an extent. "Ha ha ha!" The Great One suddenly started laughing. "Yuan, correct? Why did you challenge the trial even though you wouldn't receive anything?" "I just felt like it." Yuan casually shrugged. "Interesting, then. Allow me to ask you another question. Why have you returned to the Shadow Realm? If you're seeking treasure, I'm afraid you won't find anything besides the ones within the treasure room." "I'm not here for treasures." Yuan shook his head and did not further explain his situation. The Great One stared directly into Yuan's eyes, almost as though he wanted to read Yuan's memories like the last time. However, he quickly realized that he was unable to see anything and swiftly gave up. "I have never met anyone half as talented as you." The Great One sighed. "Thank you." After a moment of silence, the Great One spoke in a serious voice. "It's been countless years since I last met someone with even half your potential. It would be a waste to ignore such talents, so I have a proposal. How about becoming my disciple? Excuse me? You want to accept me as your disciple?" Yuan didn't dare to believe his ears. "Indeed, if you become my disciple, I will help you reach the God Ascension realm within 1,000 years. Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked, "What about your legacy? What about it? Would it still count if I met you in such a manner?" "Ha ha ha!" The Great One started laughing again. "The treasures I'll give to my own disciple will naturally be much better than the legacy's reward, something I created out of boredom. To tell you the truth, the legacy's rewards are mostly just random trash I've picked up throughout the years. Of course, even trash that I pick up is better than what the top families in the 9 heaven could provide." Yuan was left speechless by this revelation. The notion that the creation of the Great One's legacy stemmed from mere boredom caught him entirely off guard. "You look disappointed. Is it due to the rewards or something else?" the Great One inquired. "A little bit of both, I guess. As I'd said, even though the treasures for the legacy are worthless to me, they are still extremely valuable to others, especially humans. I can randomly pick a treasure from the pile, and it would be valuable enough to start a war. Of course, you wouldn't have to worry about that if you became my disciple, as you'll have access to the most powerful techniques and valuable treasures in the 9 heavens. This is a once-in-a-lifetime offer. Even immortals and gods would not hesitate to become my servant, much less a disciple. The Great One became silent and patiently awaited Yuan's response. The source of this content is free Ob Bemovel,